Қайырлы таң, құрметті Digital Bridge қатысушылары. Бірер минуттан кейін бұл Generation Hall залында өтетін бірінші keynote спичіміз басталады. Спикеріміз Wilsacom, танымал видеоблогер. Доброе утро, уважаемые участники Digital Bridge 2025. Уже третий день в Generation Hall, один за другим мы стали свидетелями супер крутых панельных сессий. Сегодня первый keynote speech будет спикером Wilsacom, популярный видеоблогер, техноблогер. Уважаемые друзья, мы готовы начать первый...
Dear friends, we are ready to start the first keynote speech at the Generative Hall. And the first speech is by Will Sakam, a video blogger. Welcome, friends, Will Sakam. Well, good morning. Let me find my place on the stage. This is a beautiful picture, and I think I will stand right here in the middle and move around a little bit. Good morning, Astana. Thank you so much for coming. Yesterday I was told, thank you. So yesterday I was told that people like sleeping here, sleeping in, and the fact that we're meeting at 10 a.m. on Saturday, well, this is a precious thing to do for me. I will talk about the neural network that we use in our work. I'm a tech blogger. I am tracking those things, and I think my experience could be useful to someone. I've been in this topic for a while, so I'll talk about my vision, where we started and where we're moving to. So who knows me? Raise your hand. Who's seen me before? Great, thank you so much. This is double pleasure. So I'm not going to tell about my background, maybe a couple of words. Starting 2011, I've been operating my YouTube channel. I'm a blogger talking about gadgets and everything I'm interested in. I am liberal arts by training, and I do it the way I can. This is both my advantage and disadvantage because I have extensive knowledge, however, it's not too deep. However, again, that helps me talk to people who are subject matter specialists in their own language. And I can talk about it to wider audience thanks to that. We are now at the point when I think we're going to pivot in terms of gadgets and technologies. Look at my glasses. Those are not just glasses. Those are neural network connected glasses, Gemini, as you wish. These are the only glasses that you can buy without hassle. Quite recently, another tech product of the kind was announced, but it's not yet available, so I can push the button and nothing is working. Oh, it does. And ask a question that I'm curious about. For instance, the population of Astana, the population size of Astana, I wonder. Okay, I see. The way it happens during public presentations, nothing is working. If they answer to me, that could be great. So this is the neural network. Year 22, the population of Astana, 1,800,000 people. So it's almost 1.5 million, as the glasses have said. Such products, as I think, is our nearest future, but we still have a path to go because it hasn't been long since the first gadgets were in the market. The first call on a mobile phone was done in 1973 by a Motorola engineer, and 10 years after the first commercial device was marketed. The technology at the time was developing slowly, gradually. Today, we are moving in leapfrogs. Back in 1990s, we were working with more or less adequate devices. Today, we're talking about smartphones. There were buttons, they were pagers back in 1980s, 1990s, but now we're in a situation where a mobile phone is a super customized, super personalized gadget that we always carry with us. Who has a stationary phone, a landline at home? Raise your hands. So it is the minority. And my question is, why do you need a landline? Because apart from scammers and utilities, nobody is calling the landline. You know, the times are long gone when I would call my friend and ask him about something on a landline. And that was a funny story, because first they were just landline phones, then they were radio phones at homes, and now we evolved to mobile phones. So who has a smartphone like the third one in your life, at least. Many. Who has the second one in their life? Many. And who has the first one? So you bought one and you've been using it since. Who has the fourth one? Fifth? So you've switched a lot of phones. So it stopped being a kind of a wow effect for us because the telephone or smartphone as of today is an everyday life thing, just like a microwave. So unlike the appliances we use at home, a gadget, a personalized smartphone is something very personal. It has all of our secrets, everything about our lives. So this is number one gadget in our life. So talking about mobile phones, well, we're supposed to talk about neural networks, but I started with smartphones and mobile phones because it is their emergence that actually spurred the understanding and expansions of neural network. Although you are not interacting with neural networks, anyway, they cross your path from time to time. Neurophotography smartphone uses computing photography to make beautiful pictures with HDR effects, with noise reduction, with tone mapping for your skin. So with a swipe of your finger, you can remove people from your own picture that you don't like. All you can do it on your smartphone screen. Who still has a desktop computer at home? Maybe a gaming one. Who has a gaming desktop? Well, about the same people. So today it seems to make no sense to have a desktop computer if it's not for gaming. We're expecting Battlefield 6, and that's all we're happy about. Most people have laptops. Who has a laptop? Okay, the majority of people. So the story moves like this. First, we lived with landline phones, then we lived with desktop computers that were inherited from dad to mom, from mom to child. And if the child is involved, they would be sharing the computer. And then it would travel somewhere to the country house and die. Today we have laptops. Who has no computers, only smartphones? Raise your hands. Okay, I understand that you're all professionals here, so as of today, probably you cannot do without a laptop. Although I think that the majority of common users can cover all of their tasks with a gadget because the development of services has accelerated, and we are in the state we are today. In 2007, the iPhone did not change the world overnight. However, iPhone was a big step a year after the release when the App Store appeared, which gave boost to the services, and they changed our life beyond recognition. You order taxi, you order food, you use mobile banking. Special kudos goes to the mobile banks of Kazakhstan for them just existing the way they have arranged their service, Freedom Finance, Kaspi, and so on. They're so great. So when you look at the way such services are implemented here, I feel sad about Russia because we don't have it yet at the same level. And generally about fintech, it is really advanced because what I see in Europe and the United States is really lagging behind by years, which makes us a little bit happy about it. However, our life is in a smartphone today. Smartphone is still a thing that requires a lot of attention. So the next step in our revolution, what happens after the smartphones, are probably glasses. I have various glasses with me. These are glasses from Meta, from Zuckerberg, and other glasses with AI that answer any of your questions. They can tell you what you see. When you look at some object and you say, what I'm seeing, how many calories are in this orange, what kind of text is this, can you translate it, and so on and so forth. The next gen was presented, a similar product, but with a screen. I don't like the screen yet because there are certain difficulties related to that, considering my physical abilities, considering that the screen is always in front of you, but you're moving your head from time to time. This creates a distortion and a kind of a ear anxiety or sea disease comes into your head. So if you have used VR before and you didn't feel okay, probably this gadget is not for you. But the gadgets are evolving, and I think we will get there at some point. So the first glasses I have demonstrated are linked to neural nets. Neural net association is one of the key features of future gadgets. One of the co-founders of Neuronet said that he wants to talk to a computer in human language, give commands, and the computer would work on those commands. There is a Perplexity startup that has become very popular as neuro search engine, and they are developing their own browser. And they have an agent that allows for being tasked by you and do whatever you commanded. Go find something, research something, explore something. So this is the way search should work. When we put something into Google or Yandex or any other search engine, we're not just looking for retrieved information. We want somebody else to make the next step. Sort by relevance, compile information for it to be super appealing, properly packaged, and intelligible. So now we are in the moment when such things are happening. Google uses agents. If you use Gemini, on the top you can see the AI answer to your search request. And the companies are moving towards that. So if you don't have today your own neuro agent, your own neuro product, you are behind the market. And the smartphone producers, they understand that. Samsung is partnering with Google. Chinese brands are implementing their own solutions. Apple took the path, a complicated path, where they stumbled on, I think, because Apple Intelligence is not still working adequately outside the United States, which is a shame for a company that is valued over $4 trillion. Just recently, a Californian startup who sells $200 glasses actually coped with a neural net in Russian language. So today we see great acceleration of everything, and we are moving fast towards a new products, whether glasses or something else. If you don't know, former vice president of Apple for design, Johnny Ive, several years ago, he left Apple. He established his own designer bureau where he's doing some freelance jobs, helping various companies to implement some of the ideas or visions. And he established a small startup called IO. And after some time, it was joined by the CEO of OpenAI, Sam Altman. So they had a conversation, and he showed him something that OpenAI, the developers of ChatGPT, bought this startup for $6 billion at the time, and they released a joint video announcing that a certain product will be presented in 2026, and they are planning to sell tens of millions of gadgets at a time. And this is a new milestone in something that is going to be shaping our future. So he is very trustworthy, and he is able to show some new vision, new perspective of our customary gadgets. So the recent iPhone, the Apple Watch are now 10 years old. Even if you don't have Apple Watch, this is the gadget that actually led to the boom for various trackers, smart watch, and so on. So this is another feature of our current reality. We cannot imagine a modern person without a Whoop, without an Oura Ring, without smartwatch, and so on and so forth. So everything is smart around me, and the only one not smart is me. They still have to be charged. Well, we cannot do without it. Internet of Things, gadgets, plus neural nets that are analyzing data. I would it's not only that I look at my sleep chart in the morning, I look at the details and I want the neural net to analyze my sleep data, compare it to the retrospective data from a week ago, and give me an advice, a piece of advice on how to do better to improve my sleep, maybe improve my pillow or something else. So we are at the point where people are relying more and more on technology, which is perceived diversely by orthodox lovers of analog devices. Many reproach me that you cannot reach anywhere without a navigation software. Previously, people used to be reading maps much better without smartphones. Well, I am the proponent of healthy balance. So you need to improve your orientation skills, but at the same time, you should not avoid navigation maps. Even if I know the route, I use the navigator because it is talking to me about the traffic, about possible congestion, because for a big city like Astana or Moscow, it is characteristic that the situation is changing very fast. There could be a traffic accident, there could be a road closure, and so on and so forth. So you don't want to waste your life in a traffic jam. And we're not just sitting in a traffic jam. Because the cars are getting smarter and smarter, like everyone and everything else, adaptive cruise control and full autopilot. And I think in our lifetime we will see a moment where fully autonomous transport will move around the city in a safe manner, fast, and taking us from point A to point B in no time. So when the devices are communicating, because it's not just unmanned vehicles, those are vehicles that are connected to a network, so they can choose optimal routes, they can avoid congestions, and so on and so forth. I talked to the developers of those autopilots, and they said why it hasn't yet been implemented in the market. The only reason is that you need to train the autopilot to go against the traffic rules, because it turns out that an average driver, a human driver, is violating traffic rules several times during the ride, because they would cross a little bit on a line. For instance, if it's a narrow road and someone has blocked the road in front of you because of an accident, you are going to go around them and cross the line. An autopilot would do otherwise. They will stop for a while. And you understand probably such situations. You've seen them in real life. So developing such sophisticated systems always face those barriers, those unobvious solutions. However, 3 years ago, I was talking about neural net, that it is our future. We should all join neural net. Today, neural nets are not just here. They are implemented in our workflows, in app development per se, in analytics, in servers, in other solutions. So neural nets are not just a toy for you to play, to ask some questions and get answers. This is a solution that keeps people more productive, more mobile, helps them in decision-making, in task processing, and so on. So this is the thing that is really needed, and you need to understand what kind of solutions are out there in the market. This is a strategic task for any modern person if they want to keep up and follow the trend and be in the flow. Raise your hand if you've ever used neural net, ChatGPT, Gemini, Yandex GPT probably. So many people. Who hasn't used it yet? Who? So I don't know, see people who haven't used it. I think it would be silly to ask this question in this audience because you came here for a reason. However, you have seen yourself how neural links, how neural nets have traveled a long path within several years. So the first call on the prototype of the mobile phone was done in the 20th century, and it was implemented in 1983. So from idea to implementation, decades would pass. Today, from idea to market, the path is much shorter. Neural nets are being upgraded, they become smarter, so Today, this is a device that helps you process tasks very fast. And the first neural nets were affected by all of the problems neural nets have, hallucinations, for instance. I'm sure you have seen them. So this is characteristics of LLMs who have been trained on a big stack of information, and their task is to give you the answer. Therefore, this poor neural net, when they don't know, they start inventing. So when you ask about the second galaxy war between orcs and elves, she cannot say it didn't happen.
It starts to make up things saying that it happened in 2025, and when it is saying some evident lie, you see it. But when this lie is being said between the lines, then it starts feeling awkward because, for example, when Google showed the first developments of Gemini during their presentation, there were actual mistakes in the historic data, facts, and etc. However, 2 to 3 years later, they've learned to fix things, and there are now mechanisms to avoid such decisions. They do now the deep research, and neural network can now think. Of course, it takes time. For example, with ChatGPT, it may take up to 15 minutes, some think for 5 minutes, but the fact is the fact. And the neural networks, just like people, have to think, and only then they provide more accurate information. At the same time, we want to make sure that the neural networks implement specific tasks. And we probably want to have not just another application in our smartphone that responds to our questions. We want to make sure that the neural networks have a good memory. So therefore, next stage of this evolution is to ensure the long-term memory of neural networks when it understands who he is talking to. For example, right now, it is able to more or less understand what is being said within one dialogue. But if you upload your profile and you say, this is my name, this is my weight, and this is how I look like, I like such and such movies and such books, the neural network provides some information based on data that it has. And of course, the neural network is going to work in a completely different mode depending on the context that you provide to it. I think that something similar is being done by Sam Altman and Johnny Alf. How is it going to look like? I mean, this device, that's a secondary question. Maybe it's going to be some goggles, glasses, or just a piece of jewelry that you can put on your suit. Maybe it's going to be just a pen. All I know is that there's going to be some kind of a device which will contain the newest model or the best functions, which will allow to come up with clear solutions. Thus, it will allow us to get another leap in the development. So when we think about the neural networks that we use as bloggers, well, here things are simple. There is the standard set of all available neural networks. I have Plus Pro subscriptions because it is quite difficult to do without them. And neural networks are very complicated or complex solutions. It's hard to train them to make everything work well, and it takes enormous resources. Therefore, NVIDIA, which in recent years managed to make profit on everything, they made profit on miners, gamers, and their next iteration is to enter the world of neural networks, because all of those amazing neural networks actually operate on the basis of the NVIDIA video cards and solutions of NVIDIA. Therefore, you should have bought stocks of NVIDIA rather than Bitcoins 20 years ago. That sort. Of course, things keep changing, and you know that the Chinese government is under the sanctions of the government of the US. Nevertheless, the video cards of NVIDIA are being supplied to China, but with the limited blocks of AI computation. And China still does well without such solutions. And when the Chinese DeepSeek emerged on the market, it impressed everyone, not because it was the Chinese version of a ChatGPT, but because it was developed based on very simple solutions. And It allows to implement the same functions, which caused a big hype. And today we see that the neural networks are available to a big number of tech giants. And the development of neural networks is a priority area for a lot of companies, which are dealing with their production, and the integration of neural networks are one of the priorities of those companies that are present in the tech market or that are willing to catch up with the contemporary trends. And you can't really do much without the neural networks today. So we try to stay tuned and apply neural networks for the assembly of video, for video creation, and for the creation of content. And a neural network is a very convenient tool that allows to simplify those processes which would take hours. Now it may take minutes, and ideally it shall happen somewhere else, let's say autonomously. Very simple example. When Adobe Photoshop emerged with the generative painting, and you probably saw these wonderful TikToks and other videos when the content is being drawn, I was very happy because we generate lots of content, not only in the video format, but we also generate content for Telegram channels, for other social networks, and we need pictures. It was really difficult to get rid of the watermarks. Now it is being done in one click. But if we speak seriously, even looking at different shots of pictures, even if we have a very nice image with the resolution of 16:9 or 4:3, with the horizontal orientation, and we needed these images for my stories, let's say, or for shorts. Well, previously we had to do something with these images, extend them somehow, whereas today I don't need to do anything. I just convert. I use the function of conversion in one click, and I am able to add up some elements at the upper or lower part, or on the left or on the right of the image. And it is quite interesting is that it started to work quite quickly and effectively, and this is that very situation when we don't get some distorted results because it's quite trendy to come up with new solutions in the beta testing mode. So in case there are any problems or questions, the developers try to protect themselves from potential problems. Whereas now we see that things are getting much better, and I really enjoy this generative painting function. That is my favorite tool, and I use it very often. Similar things are available for the creation of video. For example, with the Premiere product, it is possible to add the neural shots. Or, for example, when you do not have enough footage, you've had made lots of videos, but you want to increase the footage, and you want to add maybe a sunset or just another nice thing. Previously, the video creators used to slow the videos down, but now there is no need in coming up with something else. You can just draw this additional 5 seconds with the neural networks, making your video longer. Or let's say the character in the presentation video is going towards the window. He's staring and at the window, and there is a suspense moment, but they forgot to add what was the view of this main character who was looking at the window. It is possible to change the stacks or the stock photo, and it was possible to get the stock photo, but today there is no need in doing so. You just click your button and you just set the prompt such as a moon, night, street, and etc. And the product draws this landscape for you. And since these things are developing quite rapidly, if you remember, recently there was this scandalous situation in the US when one company created the neural actress and started to promote her as the character who will appear in different movies. And the industry people were indignant. They were like, what are you doing? You are depriving the real actresses of their jobs. So if we dig deeper, we can remember the TV show called Black Mirror with predictions of different futurologists or I think that, as far as I know, this TV show says about the neural networks that with the help of certain prompts can generate any kinds of videos, short films, short videos, and we will probably see the same actor, Brad Pitt, 100 or 300 years from now still starring in different movies just because the technologies will allow to generate such content instantaneously. And for example, if nowadays you spend lots of time trying to choose the movie that you want to watch tonight, and it is really hard to make a choice because there is so much variety, and I can tell personally from my experience, I spend a lot of time trying to choose the movie and then I just get tired and give up. So very soon it's going to change because you will say to a neural network that you want to watch a movie about a zombie in the outer space or whatever. And the neural network will create this movie for you, or the neural networks can predict your desires. And if you are willing to watch a movie, the neural networks will tell you, you like such and such movies, and I have good option for you. I have faith in this. I believe that this is going to happen at one point. But so far, the neural networks allowed to make things simpler. In addition to photo and video, it is possible to and do the same thing with music. I'm very far from music, and I, for example, can write a song right now with the help of AI. You can do that as well in under 3 clicks, and you'll write a fine song. I'm not saying that it's going to be a very bad one. You can write music of any genre. Just recently, several weeks ago, I noticed that there are new versions of these songwriting products because of the reinforcement or enhancement of AI. And if previously it was very difficult to edit ready solutions and make music, now you can just tune up something that you already have in place, and it simplifies your interaction with AI. And not only you can make music, you already generate lyrics. If you want to write a song about iPhone, this product writes the lyrics, chorus for you, and you can even choose the genre, saying that you want a music which is something from hard rock opera, and sometimes you get some epic results. So this is the music that you can use in your video without the copyright, because when we talk about the stocks, if you generate content on the internet, then you probably know that you have to ensure the copyright, because sometimes you can deal with the implications of the violation of copyright. On one hand, it is sad, but on the other hand, it is impossible, because if you want to use a melody or a song that is very popular, for example, you love Lady Gaga, and you want to use a song by Lady Gaga, but you can't. But there are other tools that allow you to create a cover in just a few seconds. So things are developing in the same mode, on and on, and we even outsourced the time codes to neural networks. For example, I used to use an app that helped me create the time codes, and I remember that a human being was supposed to watch a video first and see where the time codes were needed, and this was done manually in the past, so that the viewers on different platforms such as YouTube could watch only certain parts of the video by clicking to certain time codes. Whereas nowadays the neural networks, unlike human beings, do this work in just a few seconds. I just show the video to the neural network and ask him to understand what this video is about, and I want the time codes of 2-minute or 1-minute parts, and the neural network gives me 10 time codes. I just double check these time codes because sometimes the neural networks tend to hallucinate. Nevertheless, instead of 40 minutes, you just spend 5 minutes to insert the time codes. And you just check the time codes and make sure that they're aligned with the video. And if something goes wrong, you just manually adjust it. So these are the simplest examples of how the production of one video becomes shorter because we managed to reduce this timeline from several hours to several minutes, maintaining the quality. We're not saying that we fully outsourced the video production to neural networks because, as we see, there are more and more neural videos on internet with cats and etc., which you first find very admiring, but then you get tired of them. But probably we'll see more and more content generated by neural networks in the future, and I kind of feel weird because of that. Maybe in the future we'll see the movies made by neural networks. But again, I believe that we will still value more the manual labor. It will be even more appreciated in the future in the era of neural networks because people still prefer paper books because your e-books with 10,000 books is, of course, much more convenient compared to paper books. It's more practical, it is much more convenient, and you don't even have to turn the page and use the bookmarks. You just click the button or tap the button, and that's it. But there is some magic to reading a real book because you sometimes can smell the paper book, you turn pages. The real books may have some value. Same thing maybe applied to music. And in the era of digital art, in the era of neural networks, we see the trends for older things. For example, youth nowadays has Spotify and other streaming services, but it still wants to buy the old CD discs. And even if you have access to the all music available in the world, you still buy a CD. And again, it is quite interesting to look at the evolution that is more cunning than people. We used to have this VHS, CD, MP3 players with flash memory. Then we got hardware, portable hardware, and the first iPod, which was presented in 2001. It was sold as a device that can contain thousands of songs. And it was they promoted the idea of carrying 1,000 songs in your pocket. They wouldn't say that it has a memory of 5 gigabytes. They would say you can carry thousands of songs in your pocket, and then the memory increased up to 100 gigabytes and 120 gigabytes, and one could download even more music. But then we came to this point when we don't have to download songs. Everything is available on the cloud. Maybe there are still some people that create their library of songs, and they're still interested in listening to specific playlists. But to a greater extent, a modern human being doesn't think about what to listen to anymore. And again, with these new services, we see lots of similar solutions when you just create your own playlist, and based on your likes, based on your preferences, it is possible to compile quickly your playlist. If you're feeling down because of the bad weather, for example, you just click a button and you get sad music or even the neuro music. And again, I think that it is really hard to predict what we are going to get in the future, as we're going through this linear path of the technological development, and it may seem to us that the neural networks look like this today. Tomorrow they'll get smarter, faster, and better. But just like with the carriers of information, things may change drastically, and instead of having a hardware with the memory of 10 terabyte, we'll have a cloud-based solution that allows you to listen to music by just connecting to internet. And mobilization of everything is a good demonstration of this transition period, and maybe this is something revolutionary that changed us. Remember, we used to stay at home and connect to the internet. If you remember the first modems and the sound that they used to generate, it served as a signal to everyone that you were trying to connect to the World Wide Web. And now you don't even think that you're connected to the internet all the time. You have different messengers services that work very smoothly. And I'm 40 years old, and I'm relatively old for this. I struggle a bit with these new things, but my kids that were born in the era of iPhones, such things are quite obvious, quite evident to them. They know that there is such and such device with the cartoons or animated video, and they can talk to the voice assistants by just giving voice instructions. I mean, when I'm out on the street surrounded by people, I don't really want to talk to my voice assistant. I feel awkward because it seems to me that it should be a private conversation, whereas my kids do not really care. They can talk to their voice assistants, and they're used to voice messages and these Telegram videos. And let's say, survived several milestones. We used to have stories on Instagram. Now we have these videos on Telegram, and maybe then we'll have some triangle-shaped videos on WhatsApp. Things are changing very quickly, and people that are entering this world with a completely different thinking can actually interpret whatever is available right now in a completely different way.
Where it leads us, we don't know. This is also really looking curious how it's going to look in 5 to 10 years. The only thing I'm sure about is that it's going to be completely different. The phones are still like prosthetics. They are very clear to us, we are very comfortable with it, but still we understand that it is already getting obsolete and we want something new. Therefore, the manufacturers are creating something new. Foldable, unfoldable, folding to one side, folding to the other side, to involve the users with bigger screens, with smaller phones. However, there are technical constraints. Why didn't we yet witness a colossal revolution in this area? Because with mobile gadgets, we have a constraint called a battery. However good the gadget is, the battery that works for 5 hours doesn't work with us. The glasses I have shown you are also great, but they are voice activated. If you push the button, as I did in the beginning, this will live for a while, but not very convenient. But if it is voice activated, they must always be in standby mode, which means that the microphone will always be on, and that would eat the battery, and the glasses will not last a day. And if it doesn't last a day, you're not really willing to use it. However, we see some steps forward. We're used to saying that our CPUs are faster, the technical process is so great. If you see a 3nm tech process, this looks like a Hogwarts. When you see a new system that is created based on a chip, you know, Harry Potter is already something not that exciting. But even they have their own constraints, like the Moore law and so on. But there are no revolutionary steps in terms of batteries. I have heard about hydrogen-based battery developments and something else. However, nothing has moved forward yet. Fast charging is our only achievement. They put more graphene, more graphite, but it is still not a shift. It is still not a leap forward. As soon as we make batteries capable of keeping our phones working in a standby mode for 24 hours, it will open the door to the new eon of happiness for us. I am appealing to you, I'm encouraging you to use neural networks because it solves the white sheet problem. And I have mentioned in our production, it solves issues that we used to be addressing for hours. They resolve it in a minute, which frees our hands to do something creative rather than push buttons automatically. And it's important to find your own neural network, because I can see that people choose neural nets just like they choose gadgets. They choose what they like. There is Grok by Elon Musk, the neural net that is integrated in X, but there is also a standalone app for Grok, and they have a Rudy for a companion, and it can be in 2 versions. A good Rudy, like a red fox or something, anthropomorphous, human-like, Red Fox is also very funny. He says, "Hello, chap, let us do something. I will tell you something." And there is also a bad Rudy. He's always humiliating you, making you feel bad. And when you ask him questions, you're like involved in a self-harm. When I ask him about the weather, he would say, "Go yourself." So the Neuralinks, neural networks are becoming, let's say, some entities wearing a human character. Previously, we would choose male or female voice. Today, you can use a mood, you can use a pitch. It can be businesslike, it can be funny, it can be youthful. So neural networks are our everyday reality. This is not some wow factor that is, you know, blowing our brains up. When you call a bank, for instance, you talk to a neural assistant called Alona and you're shouting at her and tell her, "Switch me to the operator," because she cannot do anything. But I'm sure it will be developing, it will be in demand. So if you have a neural net related startup, if you are in a tech business that uses neural nets today, well, you already see that it's going to be really profitable. But we are in the nascent stage of all of those technologies. If you look at the historical path of all of the technologies that have led us to this point, we are about to witness something occurring as a shift in our interaction with gadgets, from desktop to laptop, from landline to smartphone, from walking to malls to delivering from malls. But please don't call Silicon Valley the Silicon Valley, and don't call mobile networks, neural networks, artificial intelligence. You know, AI is used ubiquitously. However, we are not there yet. Neural networks are great. They're multimodal. They do things fast. They do things great. They can tell you go F yourself. But it's not yet artificial intelligence. We are not yet at the point where Skynet is about to demolish the Earth. And probably it's not going to be there at all. But a kind of a companion, like in the Iron Man, when I can ask Jarvis to do something for me. Well, we want that companion. We're getting faster. Our evolution is not catching up with our desires. We can fantasize about cyberpunk, about augmentation. If you want to jump up 8 meters, if you want to look through the walls, I think this is the objectives that we're moving towards. The only issue here is ethical. To which extent will it be, normal to use? On the one hand, people would be really happy and there will be no rules in using, but soon it will get regulated. I remember the time of full anonymity on the internet, but today the situation is different. And I think it's good, because the things were happening when the internet was still nascent. It was too free, I would say. Today, we're trying to strike the balance between the freedom of expression and liability. We learn to be more responsible about the way we interact on the net. Use neural net, choose the neural net that you like best, follow the developments as a user and as an agent. So thank you for listening. Give a round of applause. Thank you so much. Welcome. Dear friends, let me remind you that you can enjoy a unique opportunity to get an autograph of the legendary tech blogger Wilsacom. The autograph zone is Alem AI stand. If you want a personal autograph from Wilsacom, you can proceed there. Go to Alem AI zone. Dear participants. Thank you so much. Until 12:15, there will be a big break, so you can move to the major zone of Digital Bridge. We have various stands, coffee zones. You can have breakfast. The networking area is there. There are many tech startups. So please go talk to the startuppers, tech companies.
Құрметті Digital Bridge
Dear participants of Digital Bridge 2025, you can go straight to the autograph zone. The LM zone will be the autograph zone until 12, and we are enjoying a long break. So you can take your time and make the best of it. You have some breakfast, go to the robotics section. You can enjoy communications with Kazakhstani and foreign IT companies. You can get in touch with the startuppers.
Lulu косметика желісінің негізін қалаушы. Зәуре Розмат, Степ медиа платформасының бас директоры. Санжар Мустафин, медиа-менеджер, продюсер, инвестор және коммуникация саласының сарапшысы. Мусан Групп компаниясының негізін қалаушы. Және тағы бір спикерлер Арман Нұрышев, Қазақстандағы ВК цифрлық технологиялар өкілдігінің басшысы. Уважаемые друзья, буквально через 3 минуты мы начнем панельную сессию поколения GPT «Как жить и мыслить в эпоху искусственного интеллекта». Модератор сессии Толкун Нурушева, Microsoft Казахстан, директор по работе с ключевыми клиентами Microsoft Казахстан. В числе спикеров популярная Динара Саджан, медиа-менеджер, фэшн-продюсер, бизнес-вумен. Асель Машанова, казахстанская предпринимательница, основательница популярной сети косметики Лулу. Зауре Розмат, генеральный директор Степ, казахстанского мультиплатформенного медиа. Санжар Мустафин, медиа-менеджер, продюсер, инвестор и эксперт в области коммуникаций, основатель компании Мусан Групп. Также спикером будет Арман Нурышев, глава представительства ВК «Цифровые технологии» в Казахстане. Уважаемые друзья, я надеюсь, вы готовы. Буквально скоро мы начнем панельную сессию. Убедительная просьба перевести свои телефоны в беззвучный режим или их выключить для того, чтобы не отвлекать модераторов и спикеров панельной сессии. Құрметті Digital Bridge қатысушылары, телефондарыңызды дыбыссыз немесе сөндіріп қойыңыздар. Панельдік сессия 1 минуттан кейін басталады. Назарларыңызға рахмет.
Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Раз, два. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Окей, вот я хотел спросить.
Один, два, три. Раз, два. Один, два, три. Раз, два. Три и раз. Два, три. Раз, два, три. Два, 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 два. Два, два, два. Один, два, три. Раз, два, 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 два. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Два, два, два. Один, два, три. Раз, два. Один, два, три. Раз, два. Два. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три.
Уважаемые друзья, это Digital Bridge 2025. Мы готовы начинать нашу панельную сессию. Поколение GPT. Как жить и мыслить в эпоху искусственного интеллекта. Модератор панельной сессии Толкун Нурушева, директор по работе с ключевыми клиентами Microsoft Казахстан. Друзья, приветствуем! В числе спикеров популярная Динара Саджан, медиа-менеджер, фэшн-продюсер, бизнес-вумен. Асель Машанова, казахстанская предпринимательница, основательница популярной сети косметики Лулу. Встречаем! Зауре Розмат, генеральный директор Степ, казахстанского мультиплатформенного медиа. Встречаем, друзья! Зауре Розмат. Санжар Мустафин, медиа-менеджер, продюсер, инвестор и эксперт в области коммуникации, основатель Мусан Групп. Встречаем! А также спикером будет Арман Нурушев, глава представительства ВК «Цифровые технологии» в Казахстане. Құрметті достар, қошеметтеріңіз. Толкун, слово передаю вам. Спасибо.
Thank you. Good day, dear ladies and gentlemen. Our session is called Generation GPT, Living and Thinking in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. I suggest that we discuss very interesting topics with people of different backgrounds and from different industries. We'll talk about how to manage all of these things. We always think that AI is all about technologies, but it is actually about us and about our decision-making, about our work, our communications, and it is about how we raise children. And if we do not take part in this process, then someone else will do it for us. That is why I would like to ask my first question and pose it to Arman Nurushev. Let's begin with artificial intelligence and let's try to think about how AI simplifies processes and accelerates work in general. If a person stops training his brain, then we'll probably get some meaningless results. How can we maintain the human leadership in the world of algorithms? Tolkun, thank you very much. It was quite unexpected. I was supposed to be one of the last speakers, and I was supposed to heat this discussion up as an antagonist of artificial intelligence. It is actually very difficult for me because I've spent more than 20 years in the IT sector, and right now our company, VK Cloud, provides the cloud-based resources and has GPUs on the basis of which the AI models are built up. So now I have to maybe play a role of an antagonist, criticizing, but I also need to rely on common sense and on human factors. But first, I need to understand who is our audience. So I have a question. Who was born before the year of 2000? Could you please raise your hands? Well, I think that the 60% of our audience was born before 2000s. Who uses ChatGPT on a daily basis? This is a very serious question. More than half of our audience uses ChatGPT. As the representative of the previous generation, I want to say that we used to do everything manually with our own hands. And in order to do research or defend your diploma project, we were supposed to take a bus first and get to the library and then go through tons of different books and resources, comprehend this information, process it, and write this information down manually. Then would go to university and defend our diploma projects. I wrote it in 2 languages. I wrote everything manually with my own hands, more than 180 pages. But now the newer generation has lots of tools that reduce this time spent on such work, and I feel a bit pity that the younger generation doesn't really spend a lot of time on transport, commute logistics, network, and they spend this time on the internet or social media, and usually they spend on average from 8 to 9 hours using their smartphones. Well, you could use this time more effectively. However, you as the younger generation misuse your time. What would I want to say in this regard? We raised a very important question about what we can give to the younger generation. In the UN General Assembly, the letter was prepared and signed by more than 200 different people, the Nobel Prize winners, who said that we need to draw this line between humans and AI, because it is high time for us to think about it right now, because AI can also concern armament, chemical weapons, other kinds of weapons, and we cannot outsource everything to AI. We need to keep our common sense, we need to maintain control, we need to ensure fact-checking and use our critical thinking when taking crucial decisions, as we cannot outsource everything to AI without maintaining control, as it poses a serious risk. China right now is actively moving towards artificial Gen AI, general intelligence, that allows to write thoughts, emotions, and even the human mind. And in the University of Beijing, they published this article about an AI child who is tasked with finding the remote control, and he is capable of fulfilling this task, which means that the AI now is learning how to think, and it is high time for us now to think about where we can get with it. So it is really important to maintain a balance in everything we do. Arman, thank you. Yes, indeed. This is a highly relevant question. Unfortunately, patients, when they have appointments with their doctors, they still use ChatGPT. So I have a question to Asil, our main biohacker in the country. Asil, what do you think? Can the generation GPT manage themselves with the use of technologies, or maybe the conscience of a person is the main tool that we can use? Thank you very much for your question. Hello, everyone. I also have a question to our audience. Who uploads the test results in ChatGPT to interpret these test results? I think that people who make homework with ChatGPT are raising their hands. We actually have 4 clinics, and recently we had a situation when patients come to our appointments with their cell phones in their hands and saying, Elmira Skhatna, do I really need Ozempic? Did you interpret my results correctly? Because ChatGPT says that I need 1 injection of Mounjaro a week. And this leads to lots of planning meetings with the doctors when the doctors say ChatGPT is going to deprive us of our jobs. What is happening? And actually, in healthcare, in medicine, we are going to see these enormous shifts, because in the United Arab Emirates, they already have these digital clinics which look like ATMs, and they give you some medical counseling or recommendations, which means that we need to revise the role of doctors, the role of patients, and we have to focus on the global statistics. As the previous speakers said, already there is a shortage of medical personnel globally. For the time being, 10 million, we feel the shortage of 10 million doctors. What does it mean? It means that the health of patients is the responsibility of the patients themselves, because I do not really follow the recommendations of doctors very strictly these days. I see huge reforms in medicine and healthcare, and even our company is staying very attentive towards what's happening when we see the emergence of the new concept called phygital. When a doctor already has information about you, he has this smartwatch or different devices that can analyze lots of things happening to your body, whether this is the urine from your toilet bowl or the sugar results from your glucometer. And a doctor just needs to hold a physical examination and give you the conclusion that, yes, indeed, these devices are working properly, that a person has such and such condition, and that such and such treatment fits the person best because you have your Whoop bracelets, your glucometers, and other devices that help trace your vitals. And I believe that it is high time for you to start monitoring your health condition without taking any tests. You have Aura rings, you have glucometers, you have Whoop bracelets, you have lots of other devices that help you collect data about your health. And this would allow to personalize the information about your health as much as possible. And I encourage you to use ChatGPT in such a way, since you double-check the results or the recommendations provided by your doctors, because they're going to help you in the medium term perspective. Asil, thank you very much. Indeed, these things are highly relevant, and we need to probably use the benefits of such devices on a daily basis and maybe translate such positive messages through social networks. So I have a question to Zauria. Health and energy is something that you determine for yourself, but in order to make this a common thing in our society, we need to hear the voices that help form this agenda and develop this culture. So you've created this STEP ecosystem, you carry out different events, awards, fests. So, what role shall be played by media today, or in today's world, when ChatGPT creates this worldview? How can we manage it? Thank you very much, Tolkien. Actually, I think that this is one of the most filled with the panel that is filled with media representatives. We've talked a lot about ChatGPT and that it can replace journalists, directors, and so on and so forth, because it offers lots of different solutions that make our life easier. However, if you probably heard about the Kazakhstani project called Hexfield, it's a unicorn, and we were the first ones in the world that tried their product. We generated the video about the Almaty Museum, which opened just recently. And actually, it was kind of a secret because there were no photos of the museum. We got only 3 pictures of the museum from social media, and we generated a video thanks to Hexfield. And it was a full-fledged video, as if this video was made by a drone with the helicopter view, and we got actually very surprised. I think that I even made my colleagues upset because they came to realize that they will probably be replaced soon because of such solutions. So how can media control this? It can't. But it is possible to integrate some other solutions, just like the solutions offered by Hexfield, into our work. And the data that help us write an article, well, I mean, it took a lot of time for us to collect this data, but with AI, now it is much simpler to get data. And by the way, the STEP Awards that is going to take place in Almaty on the 29th of October will focus on 16 categories, and we have the IT-based category. We have actually different projects created by younger generation, and the younger generation mostly uses AI as the tool for data collection, and it helps accelerate their processes. It is so easy to create startups or different projects and do it much faster with artificial intelligence. For example, there is the project called Mindshield that took part at Astana Hub Battle.
Когда
So the project was built by a schoolgirl to reveal the early signs of Parkinson and reduce the trembling. It was made by a schoolgirl. Previously, to build such a project, you had to be a professor. You had to collect massive data sets, but now it is young children that are creating such projects. This is one example. The other example is Neo Harmony from the shortlist. We will know more about who gets the award. This is an ed-tech platform, a combination of music, science for neurodivergent children. It creates hybrid programs for such children. It is made by schoolgirls and schoolboys who didn't have access to proper education. They didn't have time to read books or collect data for such projects. There are similar educational projects that help teachers analyze data faster, assess their students in a new way. As a media, we talk about it, answering your question, Tolkien. But our challenge as a media is to use those tools properly, because I believe that nobody can replace a human being. But AI can augment a human, improve creativity, because the ideas, the art, they're still coming from humans. This is great, thank you. We are talking about media as the mirror of our society. There are tools that are impacting millions of people every day, like TV, shows, music. We have a media tycoon among the audience: Capital KZ, Gaku, Love Radio, Dacha Radio, Toiduman, and other media outlets. They are a part of the Musan Media Group. Sanjay, I have a question for you. You have huge experience in media and show business. But today the media are migrating from broadcast TV to YouTube and social media, and they generate content faster than any editorial offices at broadcasting teams. So what do you think about it? How was it changed thanks to new technology? Well, first of all, I would like to greet you, dear friends. It is Saturday, but you are here, which means that you want to broaden your mind. I would like to thank Astana Hub. You see, there are so many events that took place in our country: musical events, sports events, and now a digital event that attracts so much attention to our country. So I would like to express the respect and gratitude to you. As for the question, well, I have two positions, logically. The first position is the perspective of a media manager focusing on both classic and modern media. Initially, GPT could have been a threat for me, but how can you consider a threat something that accelerates your business development? Of course, I have conservative projects, radio stations, TV channels that are being disconnected step by step, one by one, because of the change in generation. Based on the Gaku TV, we understood that we can build a classical TV format, but then after a decade, we had to transition gradually to YouTube, because YouTube was very promising. 3.5 million subscribers at the time was a very big number. Now Toiduman has the same number of subscribers. But then we understood that classical TV enjoyed no interest at all, so we disconnected that. Toiduman is still on at the regional, subnational level, but now we are moving towards digital domain more and more. And here GPT is the king and the god. Many specialists have now dropped their routine mechanical tasks or chores. GPT is not a choice. We cannot say that we can make a choice whether we can or cannot live without it. It's already here. It's among us. So that it does not enslave us, so that it does not become the chief of the skin bags, as we call humans. Well, we need to take steps. Are there any threats? Yes, AI can be a threat because eventually AIs will start communicating and come to terms with each other. Every day they become cleverer, more efficient. They're absorbing a lot of big data. So people all think within their constraints of their own intellect and knowledge. As soon as GPT goes beyond those physiological constraints and obtains a body, we will see a Terminator in the real world. We must be ready for that. And I hope that together the nations will be able to regulate those processes. Because it's like atomic energy. As soon as it is out of control, it may enslave all the living things. If similar things are implemented in AI, like art, like entertainment, it will only give us benefits. Thank you, Sanjar. You talked about the risks and about the transformation of the industry. But let us take this discussion closer to Earth, to our reality. I have a question for Dinara, the voice and the face of our media landscape. You're combining several roles as a mom, as an opinion leader, as a stage anchor. You shift from industry to industry. So, how does AI influence women and children in Kazakhstan? What should they know today? Greetings, Astana. This is the third day of the digital bridge, and I do enjoy seeing AI on the top of the agenda for our country. And the president said that we should become a digital country. And now that Asel asked who uses ChatGPT, the majority of people raised their hands, which means that we are all in this movement, in this development, and AI is the natural evolution. For our children, ChatGPT, robotic appliances, clever speakers, or smart home controls, they are like TVs for our time. I try to leverage AI to the maximum. We just moved to a new home and we made our home smart, and we don't even have remotes for our ACs. Everything is computed, everything is connected. You can talk to your Alexa and ask her to turn on the vacuum cleaner or open the curtains or turn on the AC. Sanjar mentioned that old media are already leaving. You closed the Gaku TV channel. Myself, until 2019, I had been working on TV for 2 decades. I was the real patriot of TV. I stuck to the TV, although my intuition told me that everything is migrating to the social media. As of today, anyone can hold a TV studio in their hands. Previously, it was a privilege for journalists, TV people who could become a celebrity, an actor, a singer. But today, you are deciding for yourself. And for 3 days, I've been hearing, for instance, from Kai-Fu Lee, that the billionaires and trillionaires holding AI in their hands are really dangerous. Well, yes, we are in a chaos. There are many fakes, misinformation, no fact checks. A certain internet portal may write that a certain celebrity died and the entire country will believe, although this person is alive. So we as opinion leaders must teach critical thinking to our audience. We must understand that not everything we see online is true. I'm very sorry about Mukhtar Jakishev. There are viral ads with his face to encouraging the viewers to buy Kazatomprom shares. It's all AI generated. AI may generate your face. You may have been facing some scam callers who called you on behalf of banks or your relatives or friends generating fake voice. One thing I should say as a media manager, as a media person, where AI is not competitive, it's in terms of our charisma, our energy, and our soul. AI has everything but a soul, everything but our human experience. So we should leverage AI across all aspects. In our domestic life, raise your hand, who has a robotic vacuum cleaner? So, third of the audience has it. It costs the same as a usual vacuum cleaner, but it does everything by itself. And it makes women's life easier because it relieves us of routine. As for media, we have 3 YouTube channels and the Telegram channel, and I can single out a ChatGPT generated text. I recognize it immediately. When I ask journalists, for instance, to draft their questions, I recognize ChatGPT. They have no soil, they are very dry. I can talk to ChatGPT and I can ask, what would you have asked this person? But still, I think, and as Kai Fuli said as well, who knows AI better than all of us, who is a researcher. So in 5 years, as he said, AI will become smarter than us. It will be better. I don't know. I still believe in humans. I believe in creativity. And I believe that we can leverage AI provided opportunities, but we can always be better because the energy that we translate and the opportunities that the 21st century gives us should be used, should be taken advantage of. But warn your friends, mentor your loved ones that you shouldn't believe everything you see on the social media, even if you take the algorithms in the social media. When you watch something you like criminal news, the algorithm will keep updating you about crime, and you will feel as if you are in an unsafe environment in this world. So this is something that you should understand, and you should analyze everything critically. As a journalist, I follow a rule. I recheck information. A certain person was apprehended, for instance, or arrested, some minister, and you feel tempted to repost it, but you can be actually put into jail for that. It's criminal liability. As a journalist, I must call this person or their assistant, call people who know this person, who can corroborate this information, but there will be more mistakes due to ChatGPT, due to artificial intelligence, but we still must be sensible, and we should teach our children to do the same. We need to teach our children to use their own brain. Thank you, Dinara. Speaking about children, just recently I visited several schools and I saw the same problem with the students, with the wardens, that this generation cannot focus. They lost focus because of the information noise they are affected by. Everyone has messengers, everyone has group chats dedicated to work, parent conference, friends, and so on. So our children, they live in these times, and when they need to focus, they hear notifications every other minute. And the parents did not teach them to mute notifications, and they would download a ChatGPT and ask them to solve a certain problem or write an essay for them. And they live scrolling in TikTok. And when they have a free second, instead of, as Asel said, chew their food slowly, think about what they're eating, instead of that, they mindlessly eat something and scroll their phone. And if they are not interested in a certain piece of content, they scroll further. So this is our generation. I would like to now address my husband, Arman Nurushев, because the hottest debates are usually inside our home. Arman is antagonist of AI despite his many years of record in technology, and he's always thinking disruptively. So could you please share your ideas on how we should nurture this critical thinking in our children so that they don't forget those skills, so that they don't put our brain afloat in this ocean of information? That's complicated. Well, it's not only for one parent to do, But there are certain rules. Let us start with the basic ones. I am very nervous when there are phones on the table at dinner. This is rule number one. So you want to discuss all of your family issues right here. Again, no phones at dinner. Less phones during vacation. And I think that personal parental time invested into a child is the time that they are away from the information noise. So it depends on us and our willingness to invest our time. The children are just like ChatGPT. They're absorbing information. They are like sponges, and they're copying our behavioral model. If we are constantly using phones, they will do the same. There are many parents here, and they would agree that there is no silver bullet. We have to go for a trade-off, as Sanjar said. This is the times that we need to accept. And if you find your own way out of the situation, maybe you will put some strict bans, or maybe some trade-off, or somehow motivate your children otherwise. I make my children read books. Sometimes I have to make them. We play chess. I forced them to go out into the street. In the old times, the parents couldn't take us back home from the street because we were playing outside for so long. So everyone has the same problems. I think I'm not presenting any new topics right here for the current parents. So the videos that the children are scrolling, they actually could be interesting. They could be about literature, about history. So within the 15-20 seconds, they can absorb something good. What other tools we could use? Gamification. Recently, I was driving, and my children were in the back speaking Italian. And my daughter was speaking so distinctly in Italian. And I asked her, what kind of language are you speaking? You have no accent. You sound like a real Italian. It turned out that they downloaded a game, her brother and her, and there are words in Italian. And like a sponge, they absorb the words and they learn them. So gamification is something that we can use to manage the knowledge consumption by our children. But again, this is a call for investors, call for developers who would improve the knowledge base via gamification. So to summarize, yes, indeed, it's a big issue. There must be a certain level of control. However, we need to strike the balance between the time that the children are investing in ChatGPT and other things. I can see that my son, from time to time, uploads his tests, his exams to ChatGPT. But we keep checking with the teachers how they are doing. Aren't they cheating? Aren't they always in their phone? How's their homework? So it is our responsibility to teach our children use this as a tool. As Dinara said, we must make them think independently and keep telling them that nothing will replace their critical thinking. This is the major approach.
Thank you very much, Arman. I just wanted to add a few points. No one will teach them how to be compassionate, patient, victorious, or no one is going to teach them how to accept failures. At least ChatGPT is not going to do so. This is all about empathy. It's about being a human. But ChatGPT is becoming more human-like. I have a conversation with ChatGPT from time to time, and at a certain point, I noticed that ChatGPT starts to understand me, or it is my wishful thinking that he understands me. So maybe we have our assumptions about ChatGPT being like a real human being, but actually, it is very easy to start believing in what AI tells you after some time. I'd like to speak on behalf of the younger generation because my team is relatively young. The average age is 20 and 21, and they use ChatGPT. Lots of AI-based solutions in their daily life. In our panel session, we do not really have the representatives of the younger generation because they have a completely different perspective on these issues. So I just made a few notes about how creators look at AI. We see lots of successful cases of startups created by younger generation, and they know how to tell black from white, and they don't see any problems with AI. We may sound as scoof people because of our thinking, because of our mindset, but younger people have no problems with AI. So when you ask them about what AI gives to creators, they say that AI gives new experience, but they are still responsible for the generated content. Moreover, Instagram or TikTok is not going to let you create something unethical because such content gets blocked by algorithms. So you don't have to be very concerned about unethical content. For the educational system, AI means the support of innovations, flexibility. Education has to use artificial intelligence, and those creators that applied for our award, and I'm talking about the award in creative industries, the average age of the applicants is relatively young. I'm talking about alpha and beta generation, not even the Z gen, Gen Z. So if you remember ourselves, our parents used to tell us that we are using some evil internet, but we considered internet as just another tool. And it all depends on us, on how we use these tools, how we integrate these tools. So I encourage parents to learn how to master these tools, to speak the same language that your children speak. That's why we have this panel discussion. We want to hear out different points of view. Why did I say that Arman here is our main antagonist? It's because we discuss these topics every day. And if you've ever been to Davos, the World Economic Forum, I was there. And I was not surprised by the political stance. I was more impressed by IT stance because the agenda of the World Economic Forum was rotating or evolving around artificial intelligence. And as we see, AI creates algorithms. Who writes these algorithms? Of course, the IT specialists. What's the foundation for these algorithms? The opinions of IT specialists, the overall knowledge of the society. You just get this knowledge from different sources. Everything is actually created by people. People are the authors. And if there are no women among such a group of people, don't be surprised by what we get at the output, because today, 80% of specialists in IT that create the algorithms for AI are mostly men. And there are not so many women in that industry. For example, I represent such organizations as Women in Tech, and we try to promote the agenda of increasing the presence of women in the field of AI. Going back to our questions, Asiel, I have a question to you. You talk a lot about the female energy. You are one of the very first people who started to talk about how to save your marriage, how to avoid a divorce. And this is a highly relevant topic in our country. I see a great deal of women who come to your sessions, listen to you, and you always substantiate your arguments with facts. And I call Asele Kazakhstan a Huberman, a female version of a Huberman. What do you think? Oh, well, I agree with my colleagues who, well, Zauria, for example, said that it's not a problem. Younger generation, Gen Z or Alpha generation, Beta generation, are going to use AI by default. They already have everything to learn or to be able to manage this system. But we have to think about what our future generation will need. What is missing in our future generation? Probably this is the feeling of closeness with another human being, because you can actually talk to ChatGPT. He can calm you down. He can be your shrink. But if you're sitting next to a human being, it's going to be more and more complicated for you to start a conversation with the real human being in the future. And there are two things here, or two main lessons. We need to teach our children how to pose questions correctly. When you say you can always divorce your significant other, last year I kept telling women that you always have enough time to divorce your significant other. And it was really important to ask questions and to hear each other out in order to avoid a divorce. How do we talk to our kids? Did you go to school? Did you do your homework? Did you brush your teeth? And the answer to these questions is yes or no. But can you imagine how you can change your relationship with your kid if you ask another question? How do you realize that you love me? How am I supposed to understand that we're close to each other? That instigates the thinking process, and your child becomes a chat GPT, and without any external prompts, your child starts to think independently, which means that our only task is to become prompt engineers for our children, asking open questions. In the schools of the future, they already have these classes on open questions, when kids just learn how to ask open questions or answer to open questions without any gadgets. I believe that only then your relationships with your spouse, with your children, with others will change. Because whenever you are asked a question, that means that you're listening to a person, that you turn towards him. And this closeness cannot be created by ChatGPT, dear friends. So in this sense, I encourage everyone to invest in closeness, in the real closeness, human closeness, when you can actually feel the feelings of other people around you. Instead of getting information, you feel. And this is the only thing that we can do, a human being can feel. Well, I suggest that we shift our gear. Since our panel is the media panel, I very much remember the training that I have attended with Dinara. Just think about it. You're sitting here in this room with the capacity of 180 people, and we maybe have 1,000 more people attending this session online. And the panelists here consist of 6 people only. Dinara mentioned a very simple idea then when I was attending that training. And she said you're entering the TikTok space and your video can have 20 million views. Are you going to find a stadium or any other building where 20 million people can listen to your message? I think that every speaker, whenever he or she prepares for such sessions, uses AI as an assistant. We're talking talking about ChatGPT today, but I believe that by ChatGPT we imply many other tools. I am the ambassador of Microsoft. I spent 20 years in IT, and I always tell everyone about how my life becomes simpler with the emergence of AI. But I have a question to Dinara now. What are the opportunities, and how can we integrate these opportunities into our lives? I kept telling everyone that I spent 20 years on television, and the TV studio, the magic of television, still exists for me. I was always sure that interviews shall be held tete-a-tete. It is important to feel people, but remember when the pandemic began back in 2020, when we had a lockdown. It was, I think, the middle of March, and I was at home, so I decided to start the live broadcast, and I invited a Kazakh girl who lived in Italy, don't remember the city. I think that it was one of the Italian cities that suffered the most from the lockdown. So we started our live broadcast, and then I also got in touch with my friend from Guangzhou. That's where COVID started, actually. And I started talking to different Kazakh friends who lived abroad, and we've discussed lots of things. Then I decided to go live with people who got sick with COVID here in Kazakhstan. And I think that in 2 months, I held 120 live sessions. And I realized I was at home in my comfy chair in my living room, and I had from 3 to 4 live sessions a day. And I realized that this picture in my head is some kind of a limitation that I created, because I always thought that interviews can only be held offline. But I was able to get rid of this bias because of the pandemic. Because if you want to talk to a person, you can talk to him online. We have Zoom. We save lots of time. You don't have to travel elsewhere. You just get on Zoom and get the audience of 100 people and talk to them. And as regards TikTok, I highly recommend everyone to get a TikTok, because TikTok doesn't have any boundaries, any limitations. For example, I don't know how it works in reality, but Instagram has its target audience, which is Kazakh people in Kazakhstan. In Azerbaijan, it'd be the Azerbaijani people. I remember when I was in Azerbaijan and I had an interview with Emin Agalarov, lots of Azerbaijani citizens responded to my interview. And I don't know how it works, but Instagram works based on the geographic location, whereas TikTok doesn't have any geographical boundaries. And Arman, well, you said that we have to create more useful or gamified videos. For example, in TikTok, there are lots of teachers. There is one teacher who creates really cool videos, and he provides information about chemical elements in a very interesting way. He's very popular on TikTok. He's in Almaty, I think, and he's one of the most expensive teachers. What am I trying to say? I kept talking about personal brand a lot on different platforms. So I always say, Sanjar, you've gained so much. How old are you, by the way? How much have you reached, achieved, or gained in 40 years, during 40 years of your life? I'm 47, Dinara, not 60, just for your information. I was just kidding. It's just I remember that you were the head of the television industry when I just started as the young specialist. So given your experience, given your background, given your knowledge, Sanjar, you're not going to get this knowledge with you to the other world when you pass away. I believe that it is really important to share your knowledge that you gain throughout your life. You have to somehow package your knowledge and deliver it during your online course. To hold this online course, you just need your phone. I would like to reiterate, this is your phone, which is your TV studio, which is also your operator. And depending on the orientation of your phone, you can make a video, you can make a photo. And I am always amazed by people who buy iPhones, but they still fail to generate a video or anything else. And as a journalist, for example, or Tolkien as an IT specialist, realize that this is our moral obligation and responsibility because we can teach future generation how to use these tools. Maybe the future journalists will probably want to watch my interviews in the future, and I believe that they might be helpful for some of them. Or if I'm writing about certain individuals today, maybe 50 years from now, someone else will try to look for information about these individuals, and he or she will use my interviews or my information. So all I'm trying to say is that you have to use all of the opportunities of the 21st century, AI, social media, use all of them for the sake of our future. Thank you. It's been a while since Zaure and I haven't tried to figure out our relationship status here online or on stage. This is a very acute topic that we can discuss on and on for hours. But since our time is almost up, I would like to give another minute to Sanjar to respond to his opponent. And as a role model, as a father, as a man, can you give any piece of advice or recommendations to the younger generation, or actually try to adequately assess all of the things? I am not saying that there are generations that accept ChatGPT and other generations that do not. I am the antagonist of GPT. I am afraid of using phone in front of Fasel, for example, because she loves GPT and I hate GPT, but maybe I think that the humanity will be destroyed and so on and so forth. But again, there is a friend of mine from the industry that I tried to teach how to use ChatGPT with lots of problems. And now this person, whenever he has meetings with his employees or subordinates, says, no, respond to my question as a smart person, which means that he set requirements to his personnel or his subordinates, just like he set requirements to ChatGPT. What am I trying to say? Everything that well, we believe that the value of real musicians, artists, cooks is going to go up with the further integration of AI into different spheres of our life. I believe that the value of these specialists will go up proportionally to the development of ChatGPT. And each and every one of you is turning into an incredible self-fulfilled machine. We see that you have different opportunities to self-development, and I believe that you will come up with something else that will help you achieve your goals. And I believe that here there is a huge merit of ChatGPT. I wish that everyone works well for you, because it is high time for you to start doing something. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sanjar. On this positive note, we'd like to wrap up our session. As you know, the future of artificial intelligence is not created somewhere else in the laboratory. It is created here and now by us, and it is up to us to take steps or actions with AI instead of fully relying on AI. I'd like to thank our speakers. These are your motivators, role models. Thank you for sharing your ideas with the audience, and hopefully our audience learned something new today and received at least one important thought or an insight. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tolkien. It was an excellent panel session. We'll take a family photo, dear speakers.
Фотографы. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Супер! Классная панельная сессия. Digital Bridge 2025 не перестает удивлять составом спикерским. Мы очень рады сегодня были приветствовать. Спасибо большое Толкун Нурышевой за прекрасную модерацию сегодняшней панельной сессии. Спасибо отдельное спикерам Динара Саджан, Асель Машанова, Зауре Размат, Санжар Мустафин и Арман Нурышев. Спасибо за ваше мнение. Прекрасная дискуссия. Всем спасибо. Құрметті достар, бірер минуттан кейін бұл алаңда келесі панельдік сессия жалғасады. Сол себепті біздің спикерлерімізді лаунж-зонаға шақырамыз. Уважаемые фанаты, просим вас перейти в свободную зону, в открытую зону, где вы сможете сфотографироваться со своими кумирами, взять автографы. Уважаемые спикеры, приглашаем вас в лаунж-зону. Так, это надо идти туда, как не пойдет. Уважаемые участники Digital Bridge 2025, у нас регламент, мы хотим успеть на следующую панельную сессию, потому что есть участники, которые ждут. Мы не хотим опаздывать, поэтому просим вас освободить сцену, если это возможно. Спасибо большое. Спикеры будут в общем зале, с ними можно будет сфотографироваться там. Спасибо большое, друзья. Спасибо большое. Классная сессия. Құрметті қатысушылар. Сценаны босатсаңыз, өтініш. Рахмет, үлкен керемет сессия болды. Барлығына қызық болды деген сенімдемін. I'm sorry. Уважаемые участники, буквально через пару минут мы начнем следующую панельную сессию «Креатив как капитал». Как создавать и масштабировать креативные проекты в эпоху искусственного интеллекта. Жасанды интеллект дәуірінде креативті жобаларды жасау және ауқымды кеңейту деген келесі панельдік сессия бұл алаңда жалғасатын болады. Сол себепті құрметті қатысушылар, құрметті Digital Bridge қатысушылары, алаңды босатуды сұраймыз. Көп рахмет. Динара Саджанның жанкүйерлері көп екен, барлығы Digital Bridge-ға Динара Саджанмен селфи жасауға келіпті. Үлкен рахмет. Мы очень рады, что у нас есть role models, да, на рынке. Спасибо большое за примеры, за кейсы. Асель Машанова, Зауре Размат.
Знакомый голос каждый день.
Құрметті қатысушылар, бірер минуттан кейін біз келесі панельдік сессияны бастаймыз. Сол себепті орындарыңызға жайғасуды сұраймыз. Бос орындар болса, сол орындарға отырып. Уважаемые участники, просим всех разместиться по местам. Вновь только подключившимся участникам просим перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим. Телефондарыңызды дыбыссыз режимге ауыстыруды сұраймыз. Bir minuttan кейін біз панельдік сессияны бастаймыз. Dear guest, in a couple of minutes we will start our next panel session, Creativity as Capital, Creating and Scaling Creative Projects in the Age of AI. Құрметті достар, біз келесі панельдік сессияны бастауға дайынбыз. Жасанды интеллект дәуірінде креативті жобаларды жасау және ауқымын кеңейту. Креатив как капитал, как создавать и масштабировать креативные проекты в эпоху искусственного интеллекта. Модераторы сессии Ернар Курмышев, кинопродюсер, генеральный директор Толқын Фильмфан. Встречаем, друзья, Ернар Курмашев. Спикеры панельной сессии Алмаз Жали, основатель медиакомпании Brave Talents. Встречаем. Айсулу Азимбаева, актриса театра и кино, телеведущая. Аннара Жунусова, генеральный продюсер Uniqa Play и ко-SEO UniQ Group. Встречаем, друзья, спикеров. А также спикером сессии является Адиль Нургожин, управляющий партнер Big Sky Capital. Встречаем, друзья. Ернар, слово предоставляю вам. Спасибо.
Так, сейчас. Всех приветствую.
Hello, everyone. Dear participants of Digital Bridge. First of all, I'd like to say that we are living in a very unique period of time when AI is developing quite rapidly, changing our lives and our understanding of business. It changes the way we build creative industries. And I should mention here one more thing. Just recently, the first unicorn from Kazakhstan was announced, and this is the Higgsfield AI, a startup. Not only it is the IT project, it also overlaps with the creative industry. And I believe that the creative industry of our country has a great potential. All of those leaders who took part in the panel sessions and who are also participating in parallel panel sessions are really cool people. They will discuss the ways to upscale creative industries, how to monetize them, and they will talk about how to create the local Kazakhstani products and how to export them abroad. But the coolest thing here that I want to share with you is that we're going to do a small performance. You know that I'm the film producer, and we decided to work with Freedom Media and Astana Hub in order to launch a TV series about successful IT startups in Kazakhstan. It's going to be the featured TV series, and we will start the shooting process right after our panel session. We will make the first shots of this TV series, and we will demonstrate our so-called plate. And the most important thing is that we will start the shooting process today at Digital Bridge, and we will have the demo of our TV series next year at Digital Bridge.
Everyone who stays here in the panel session will be able to see themselves on the footage in a year. I would like to welcome Aysulou Azimbayeva. She is the main character, the actress of episode 1. She is now preparing behind the curtain. Apologies, Yernar. Apologies. You don't have to be so close to the microphone. Thank you so much. So in 30 minutes, you will see the most talented actress in Kazakhstan in action, showing her talent. Thank you, Aysulou. Now, the questions to our speakers. The first question, well, first of all, I would like to congratulate Anar Junusova with the launch of the long-awaited project in our creative industry, Unico Online Cinema Theater. We can actually survey our audience if they know about a Unico Play. I was at the inaugural event of Unico Play and I was impressed by your progress in the development of AI voice-over technology. Can you talk about this? Menen Atom Koja, my name is Koja, is a legendary Kazakh movie. It was voiced over into Chinese, Spanish, English, and many other languages, and the heroes are not just speaking this language. Even the lips are synced. Right. That's really cool. Well, first of all, thank you everyone for coming. Does anyone know about Unico Play here? Karabikre, has anyone watched this series? Well, still not many, but I hope you will join us. You will see great series our platform is producing. And I think it is one of the best of our achievements that our series can be watched in 5 languages. First of all, it is done by very young people. And they were in our company, and while we were preparing for the launch, developing the platform, they said, we want to have a product in 5 languages because the guys who were educated outside the country, they always wanted to show to their peers the movies that were filmed in our country, our national movies. But the country didn't have any streaming services. YouTube-generated subtitles did not convey the full meaning of the movies. So these young guys, they suggested making this voiceover, so soon you will see many series in several languages. You can show them to your friends or peers in other countries, and the students from Kazakhstan who study abroad can show it to their peers as well. It is important for us to translate the original that we are producing and releasing. The movies that were shot, filmed years ago, okay, we need to translate them too, but we want to also disseminate the movies, the new ones that we are producing today. Technically, the idea was really great, but from idea to implementation, you need to make like serious steps. But we are working on that, and we hope that in the future there will be a big product line of those movies that you can enjoy. Thank you, great. This is really cool because AI voiceover opens new prospects to our movie industry because our masterpieces can be shown to bigger audiences. Районные каникулы offline, neighborhoods and offline vacations. These are the movies that I would like to show to outer audiences overseas. This is actually the goal. Our movies must be seen, appreciated, and what's most important, purchased outside the country. This is an important part of the distribution. It's not just amazing people with our movies. It's important that other countries, other platforms outside the country feature those films so that when I travel to Cannes and our Kara Bikre series is translated into several languages, would boost our distribution. Let us transition to the great professional in this area, marketing specialist Almaz Jali, one of the biggest talent agencies and movie producing center, Brave Talents. They produced Destur tradition that has become the most popular monetized movie in Kazakhstan. And their cash revenues broke the record. And now they're preparing for Zheta Karasha, a new movie. And our Tolkien Foundation believed in this story. And it will be one of the long-awaited movies in the country. When I read the script, I was amazed. So we are already shooting. 10 days ago, we broke the plate at the set. So, Almas, the question is for you. You've heard about the Higgsfeld project. Young guys believed in a certain idea and became unicorns, the first Kazakhstani unicorn. This is a motivation for all IT people. What I like about it is that the startup is directly linked to creative industries. This is text-to-video technology. They create content from prompts. Is it possible that creative industries will have their own unicorns? Will we be able to foster them? And if so, how can we do that? Greetings, dear friends, dear audience. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to again congratulate Anar Zhenusova with the launch of Unico Play. I tried it already. Many of my friends are a part of this bold beginning. There are certain issues with the localization in many sectors, but in creative industry, in movies, we are ahead of many other sectors. Probably we need to start producing cameras as well, and this would be the next step. In terms of content, we are not dependent on import, at least in this. Higgsfeld is indeed the first unicorn in Kazakhstan, organic unicorn. When it is called creative industry as well, the function of Higgsfeld, yes, is more creativity than IT, and I know Bigzat in the project that they have come up with is really amazing. Can there be any unicorns in the creative industry? Yes, they are possible, but Higgsfeld looks more like an international project in terms of audience. In any business, there is a market volume. The entire CIS will not ensure volume for our unicorns unless it is a super app like Yandex. If we talk about movies, there will be not enough audience to collect that million or that billion. When the number of your users, when the number of your clients should be enough, this is when you can grow your business. So this is not our case. So creativity, movies, music are, let's say, the most scalable sectors in Kazakhstan. A unicorn in construction, well, that's doubtful because assets, equipment, and everything, well, they are hardly likely to make a sector a unicorn. But creativity has no boundaries. Higgsfeld, you can download it from App Store in Brazil or in China or from Google Play in any other country. So we need to make a shift. Previously, we couldn't even dream about a streaming platform. This is the second stream already after TV Plus. We couldn't dream of filming 5 series a year. Every platform now makes 10 series annually. The content are more numerous than the audience. Now, we are making Zheta Karaksha. We want to make it an international project. This is the most expensive commercial movie in the history of Kazakhstan. Speaking the word commercial, I mean it was not sponsored by the national budget of Kazakhstan. As for the future, well, we need to keep moving. Frankly, it is IT startups that become unicorns, but in creativity, IPs can become unicorns like Peppa Pig. There was a news that was sold 2 billion more expensive than all of our national companies taken all together. Labubu costs more than Gazprom Media in Russia, or even Gazprom per se, the oil and gas company in Russia. Well, again, talking about the future, previously we would make a video for a big client. There were budgets $20,000 to $30,000. Today, you can shoot with this budget a video that would be so much cooler than before. Sometimes the budget is not commensurate with the potential success of a project. So in creativity, you should start making everything for the international audience with less money, without big assets, without big human resources. At this point, it might be still challenging because the technologies are not catching up with our ambitions yet. Sometimes people overstate technology as if it's a new oil. But after a time, any bubble will deflate. There are many biddings, and investors are giving money for unsubstantiated, unproven projects and ideas. But when there will be lots of free money, but the projects will be not sustainable, that would be the deflation point for the bubble. And then there will be more or less commensurability between the audience and the number of services. As of now, the ocean is still transparent, but it will get maroon very soon, and only the strongest will survive, so that we do not spend too much upfront. And I think IDK will talk much about the money in this industry. I wanted to announce that Almas and I have been co-investing the Stir 2 project. On December 25, it will be premiering the sequel to the Stir. Our foundation invested into both the Stir and its IP. If it collects from the cash offices about the same as the first part, it will have a great fate. With Almaz Jali, with Bisek, it's like Real Madrid. It's a dream team. So this is free marketing, I guess, for me. But this is really a great project. We've shown it to Anar Hanım already. We are never 100% satisfied with what we have achieved, but this year, indeed, there will be many cool releases. Duster 2, Jete Karaksha, and our first animation movie, Aldar Kosye, that relied on no AI. We are looking at Aldar Kosye for investment. Well, you haven't given money yet. Well, the investment committee has not had its session yet. Maybe some other people will offer more money. So the closest release is the Auru, directed by Aitor Joldaskali. I think it will be the project of the year at the moment of release. It partially relied on some AI components, and Anar Hanım will confirm, I think, the effects specialists will stop being so expensive. So this is where AI might substitute people. Directors and script writers, I think, will still be relevant. But as for lighting, as for VFX, I think as of today, they can be replaced. A couple of days ago, the helper goes, when we asked them to redo the light for Jete Karaksha, they said, okay, we will fix it in AI. So 20-year-old ladies are already actively using the capacities of artificial intelligence, which accelerates the projects a lot. I don't know what happens in a couple of years, but I understand why this topic is so popular, because it streamlines business processes. At the influencer department, there would be a person who would select bloggers for 1 hour, and now we use CRM in Excel. Now you just give AI your type of business, and it gives you a marketing strategy. Well, this is so great. I think the first unicorn in creativity will be Almaz Jali from Brave Talents, and we will support, together with Adil Nurgozhin, one of the biggest venture investor, the managing partner of Big Sky Capital. They have supported many cool startups, and I would like to congratulate him. He supported our foundation and became the chair of our advisory board. His expertise is extremely valuable for us. When the VC people heard about our fund, and we said that Nurgozhin is on our advisory board, that was the news that made them respect us a lot. So, Adil, my first question to you is, what is your vision of creative industries as assets, as capital? What brings the biggest value for the society, and how can it be scaled, and how AI could help it? Good questions. I am thankful to you for this invitation. I wanted kind of an exposure in creative industry. I am learning a lot. I am finding new things for myself. What's most important, these two industries, they have no borders. Venture industry, technology, creativity have no borders, and there mustn't be. Technology is supportive to creativity, and the creativity products, they must be distributed across the board. The time we live in is so great because the resources of these two industries can be combined. And it is happening naturally, and Higgs field is another evidence to that. So the first experiment in creativity we should make, tech creative or creative tech. The synergy of those two is the result that we didn't even expect. All of our experiments, they do work. Every project, every startup. And it is the number of experiments that matters statistically. Another essential thing is that the ecosystem sees new system players emerging, just like Almaz, Token Fund. So behind the success of every startup, every new hit, every new popular movie, there is a person in the back office who does that, who produces that. They work on marketing, they work on production. The same is true about VC. Ventures have behind them universities, laboratories, researches, and developments over decades. It is great that we see those funds being established, that this market obtains structure. It comes from shadow to light, and we are launching a mechanism. When the mechanism is on the move, it's the most important. What we've done in the venture capital within the recent 5 to 8 years, we need to replicate in this industry. What's most important, we have ambitious people. I've been listening to them for these days. At every session, we see them bursting with ambition, and which is good. We shouldn't have no boundaries. We're a small country. And whatever we do at home is not relevant fully. We need to do it for the international audience. The faster we learn to do that, the faster we see new standards, and we will keep pushing ourselves forward, learn, get new stars, get new producers, find those technologies and create technology.
Around your content and around your creativity. And Every brick here counts because we need to have the well-oiled machine that helps us create new TV shows and give opportunities to new celebrities. I am interested in talking about the global issues rather than local ones, and we have to take experiments here and now, and we know how to do them. We've been proving them on a daily basis. For example, if we allow some stagnation, it doesn't result in anything specific. We have to establish direct partnership with the US companies. That means that we need to start speaking the English language and create content in English. I don't have any problems in creating a content available in English. Americans will understand that this content was created by Kazakhs, but we have to create a brand. I don't have any problems in creating content in Chinese. And whenever we start chasing after large markets, we'll get some recognition at one point. Same thing happened to Dimash. It's about holding the same experiment again and again. If we conquer Beijing, I mean, I don't see any boundaries. I don't have any boundaries in my mind. It's all about the number of iterations and about speed of learning. It is okay to lose money both in your industry and in my industry. We just bear certain risks. But again, we need to understand that we'll start making money. We just need to learn how to make money right now, and we already know it. But again, I want to create really cool things, really cool technological things that border with creativity and tech. Tech can be different. There are lots of different things happening around us that we discuss with each other all the time. There are lots of different approaches, so I'd like to discover them with you because, in my opinion, we have a potential, we have talented people. The younger generation has this freedom of mind. They don't have any boundaries. And I think that this is a really good opportunity to work with them. I just wanted to say that I'm here not only as the moderator, but as a speaker too. So, truth be told, recently I was very surprised. My friend Askar Belizbekov, who now runs the Fund of Funds, said that venture came from Hollywood. The word venture means adventure in some way. And I really think that artificial intelligence now creates this really great synergy between IT and the creativity or creative industries. And here, both IT specialists and people from creative industries have a great opportunity to start really cool projects. And I would like to thank the organizers of Digital Bridge, Astana Hub, Magjan, for bringing us together here on the platform of your forum. And thank you for creating these really cool synergies. I think that a lot of things depend on us. We believe that whatever we do contributes to our personal development. When we develop ourselves, we develop our teams, our country, and this is a continuous adventure. So you are right when you said that it is really important to have no boundaries. The movies without boundaries is something to take into account. If we develop our mindset in this way, we will see the emergence of unicorns in the creative industry, not only in IT. The very first unicorn in the neighboring country of Kyrgyzstan is Debillions, purely creative industry. They are evaluated at $1 billion US, and their main competitor, and they bought their main competitor, Cocomelon, at $4 billion US. So we can prove that we are worth something here too. And I believe that we attracted really cool institutional investors through our funds. Uh, that means trust. That means trust in us, in our entire industry. We have Halik Finance, we have Freedom, we have Tunis Capital, we have Frame Capital that is affiliated with Ascar Cinema, which is the distributor of former Meloman. They maintain their rights to distribution exclusively of Sony and Disney products, and they demonstrated their trust in us, and we are in the process of selecting the best and the coolest projects with them. So Almas and I already launched Jeta Kharakhsha, Seven Bandits, and we have several other projects that we are planning to announce shortly. So we are about to create the ecosystem that is similar to IT, and I'm sure that everything will work well. I just wanted to talk about the creative industry. It's been said a lot. Astana Hub is a really cool initiative, and the IT industry in Kazakhstan is developing quite quickly, and there is another thing to take into account. This is a really cool support from the government for IT sector, whereas in creative industry we still pay taxes just like any other industry, but IT, we've never been provided with additional resources or assets. We've never been provided with additional resources. Everything is being financed at the private initiative, and such people as Tolkien, who bring money to the creative industry, contribute to resilience of our industry, even if the industry doesn't receive any state support measures. Just imagine, I've been talking about it for 3 years in a row. If at least 1/10 of the IT industry support is provided or reallocated to creative industry, it'd be very nice, because the creative industry was able to survive up until now somehow. And imagine what would happen to us if we created the government support. I mean, we're now trying to develop at our own expense using our own resources. And Tolkien and Adike, you're taking these first baby steps in order to attract more attention, because we got Dastur, Aptamausiene, and other movies that came out in recent years, and they became really popular. So the investors like Tolkien Fund and Tadike realized that it is possible to get a good ROI in the creative industry. So I think that in 3 to 5 years, in Kazakhstan, just like in the rest of the world, creative industry may become one of the most profitable industries. And you see that we will be able to spend less and make more money. And then we'll probably see the emergence of unicorns in our industry. Thank God our fantasies will come true someday. Thank you very much for raising this very important topic. I think that it is a must-have topic to discuss. We need to receive state support. We need subsidies. We actually are promised to pay very huge taxes next year. I mean, we've been surviving in very difficult conditions. And with such talents as Kokotori and Alisher, with the support of the funds, streaming services, since we have the entire infrastructure, we're surviving so far. And if 2 years ago at Digital Bridge we had here script writers and directors and producers that use their own means to make movies, now we at least receive some support from the funds, and we managed to create this ecosystem, this infrastructure. 3 years from now, we will see a huge line of VCs who will be willing to invest in us, because they're more interested in us rather than in construction companies. Intangible assets are considered the most profitable and the most interesting kind of business. So I think that it will work in our case. I suggest that we begin our performance. We don't have much time left, so I would like to thank our speakers. I suggest that we take a group photo. So Aldiar Bayragimov, our director, will start our performance. Aldiar, could you please come here on stage? He will start our filmmaking process. Dear participants, it is a unique opportunity. Today, we're going to become a part of this legendary shooting process. Let's take a group photo first. Dear speakers, dear good evening, dear guests of Digital Bridge. You will become the witnesses and the participants of the real filmmaking process. We have a request. When our actor stands there and calls for Yana Shoibeka, could you please give her a loud round of applause? And we have a second request. When our operator comes here, you will see him. Please don't look at the camera. Feel at ease, act at ease. Pretend as if you were attending a real forum, which you are doing. Have you recognized Nurjigit, by the way? This is the director of Rayoni, executive producer of Rayoni. Well, thank you very much. Next year, you will be able to see yourselves at the premiere of our TV series at Digital Bridge 2026. And I think that with AI and everything, we will end up in the real future. Well, friends, I would like to start the process. Is the team ready? We have from 10 to 15 seconds.
Ребята, мы ждем вас. Как проходит Digital Bridge? Дайте шуму, поддержите нас, дайте шуму. Видите, мы готовы, смотрите. Все, мотор идет, ребята, вы на... Большая просьба к звукорежиссеру Digital Bridge. Сейчас наш актер, ведущий, начнет свои реплики. Пожалуйста, включите его микрофон. Соответственно, третий микрофон, который я тоже взял. Спасибо. Мотор идет. Все, начали, да? Все, камера есть? Все, начали. Начали. Давайте без трубы. Нас очень мало.
Всего 30-минутный, мы не можем сейчас вот это задерживать. Мы должны в 15 ровно начать.
А сейчас встречайте.
Let's welcome the CEO of Sirix, Yana Shoibekova. Good evening, everyone. Wow. There are so many of you here. Good evening, everyone.
Так, у нас будет еще один дубль. Это та же сцена, да. У нас просто сцена, я вкратце зрителям пока расскажу. У нас та же сцена начинается за кулисами. Сейчас будет еще один дубль. Друзья, мы сейчас займем еще 9 минут игрового времени.
Айслу, она играет ее.
Сейчас мы заряжаемся на второй дубль, настраиваем камеру и все остальные технические принадлежности сейчас. Давайте, ребят, ускоримся. Мы можем? В общем, дайте команду, когда можем, я озвучу тоже в микрофон.
Так бегу же так, давай.
Микрофон, реквизиты.
Сейчас.
Давайте, ребят, быстрее. Снимаем? Давайте я. Так, уважаемые зрители, 20 секунд до готовности.
Dear viewers, 20 seconds out, we'll do the take two.
Давайте команду. Мотор, камеры есть? Начали.
А сейчас встречайте.
Let's welcome the CEO of Sirix, Яна Шойбекова. Good evening, everyone. Wow, there are so many of you here tonight. Yana, we know that your company actively works with the foreign markets of the US, Turkey, and Dubai. Sirix is now evaluated at $98 million, and in the future, you will be evaluated at $1 billion. You have 5 children.
Дубль. Аплодисменты, аплодисменты.
Спасибо всем большое.
Следующий кадр.
Огромное
Это
спасибо.
еще не все, уважаемые зрители. У нас есть 5 минут, мы будем снимать
And dear audience, we still have 5 minutes left, so we'll keep shooting until we're out of 5 minutes. Please stay put.
Мы запускаемся на следующий кадр.
Следующие камеры ловят. Это то же самое до конца.
Теперь снимаем тот же план, что
Уважаемые зрители, большая просьба.
Dear participants, please do not post this content on your social media because we plan to launch this project next year. So please don't post anything on the internet. Thank you very much. We'll have another take. Same thing again.
Так, мы почти готовы. У нас готовность 30 секунд.
We're almost ready. 30 seconds.
Сам командой. Уважаемые зрители, не расходимся. У нас тот же дубль.
Dear viewers, please stay put. We'll have another take.
Алдер, командой. Знаю. Экран не меняем, Алдер, экран не меняем? Нет, а почему не меняем? Из откуда не снимаем? Я просто не знаю, какой кадр сейчас.
Спереди ее. То же самое. Фотку просто спереди остановить.
Ну окей, сразу будет, да? Окей. Давайте, у нас 3 минуты. Мы готовы, друзья.
Dear friends, we're ready. I just can't hear what I hear. The team is almost ready to have another take. LDR, go ahead.
Вы приготовились?
Ready, set, go.
Начали!
А сейчас встречайте.
And now, let's welcome the CEO of Sirix, Yana Shoibekova. Good evening, everyone. Wow, there are so many of you here tonight. Yana, we know that your team actively works with the foreign markets of the US, Turkey, and Dubai. Sirix is now evaluated at 98 million US dollars, but in the future, you are quite convinced that you will reach the valuation of 1 billion US dollars. At the same time, you have 5 children. How do you manage to balance between your private life and your career? If I were a man, you wouldn't probably ask this question. But still, being a mother of 5 is a lot of work. How do you manage to cope with your private life and your career? I think that everyone is interested in listening to you.
Снято, все. Спасибо большое, уважаемые зрители Digital Bridge.
Спасибо всем большое,
Да,
каждому
спасибо
из
большое.
вас. Вы крутые, огромное спасибо.
Спасибо большое. Будем с нетерпением ждать этот кадр в кино. Уважаемые друзья, вы стали частью истории. Поздравляю вас. Спасибо.
Dear friends, you have become a part of the history. I congratulate you on your debut. See you in 1 year. We have a favor. Please do not post anything on social media because this content will be used for our film. Don't spoil it for other viewers. We have a favor. Please take this very seriously and don't post anything. Thank you very much.
Да, убедительная просьба не вы.
Dear participants, please do not post this information on social media. Let's keep these shots exclusive so that other viewers could watch it a year later. Thank you. Hope we won't see anything on social media.
Оттан кейін келесі панельдік сессия басталады. Дрондар мен жасанды интеллект, қауіпсіздік пен логистика мен инфрақұрылымға дейін.
Панельдік сессия. Дрондар мен жасанды интеллект. Қауіпсіздік, логистика мен инфрақұрылымға дейін. Дрондар мен жасанды интеллект. Қауіпсіздік пен логистика. Қауіпсіздік пен инфрақұрылымға дейін.
Құрметті достар, бұл алаңда келесі панельдік сессия дрондар мен жасанды интеллект, қауіпсіздіктен логистика мен инфрақұрылымға дейін. Уважаемые участники, буквально через пару минут на этой сцене мы продолжим следующую панельную сессию «Дроны и искусственный интеллект. От безопасности до логистики и инфраструктуры». Прямо здесь мы ожидаем следующих спикеров. На площадке Digital Bridge 2025 в рамках следующей панельной сессии соберутся следующие спикеры. Ерлан Исимситов, исполнительный директор Freedom Lifestyle, друзья.
Executive Officer Freedom Lifestyle, Darkhan Akhmediev, Deputy Minister of Defense of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and Ablayhan Ospanov, the Managing Director for Digitalization for Samruk Kazanov. So the speakers for our next session are Ерлан Исимситов, Executive Officer for Freedom Lifestyle, Darkhan Akhmediev, Deputy Minister of Defense of Kazakhstan, Ablayhan Ospanov, Managing Director for Digitalization for Samruk Kazana National Welfare Fund, and Dmitry Ivanov will be moderating this section. He is the CEO of Artwork Company.
Artificial intelligence from security to logistics and infrastructure. Drones and AI.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, in a couple of minutes, we will continue our next session in this building. Drones and AI from security to logistics and infrastructure. Уважаемые участники, кто стоит. Пожалуйста, у нас есть очень много свободных мест. Можете размещаться на свободные места. Құрметті Digital Bridge қатысушылары, бос орындар бар, сол орындарға жайғасуды сұраймыз. Алдын ала телефондарыңызды дыбыссыз режимге немесе сөндіріп қоюды сұраймыз. Уважаемые участники, просим перенести телефоны в беззвучный режим. Спасибо. Тума – это департамент, в который я был директором, он сейчас трансформировался в немножко другое. Tomorrow и Tumo School, вот вам тут, короче,
Спасибо большое, Давид.
Шопер, не за что. Классно. Час. Поставь уже 3 минуты. Есть спикеры готовы?
Сейчас спикеры готовы?
Да.
Дмитрий где?
Дмитрий, директор компании Ярма.
Они там стоят.
Окей. Сейчас меня просят.
Я тебе в личку скидывал вчера.
Аблайхан Османов, управляющий директор по цифровизации самого.
Алло, Диляра. Вы хотите курс?
А, я уже попил. Самрук Казна, цифровом дружении. Самрук Казна, компания с цифровым дружении, я вас прошу.
Можно вас побеспокоить?
Да. Модератор первый, потом спикеры. До 5. Құрметті достар, сіздер дайын болсаңыздар, біз дайынбыз. Келесі панельдік сессия жасанды. Где бумага? Құрметті достар, келесі панельдік сессия дрондар мен жасанды интеллект
Dear friends, the next session is dedicated to drones and artificial intelligence. We are opening the next panel session from security to logistics and infrastructure. The moderator is Dmitry Ivanov, the CEO of Aardvark. The speakers are Yerlan Isimsiyeva, Executive Officer of Freedom Lifestyle. Welcome. Darkhan Akhmediev, Deputy Defense Minister of Kazakhstan. Ablayhan Ospanov, Managing Director for Digitalization of the National Welfare Fund, Samruk-Kazyna. Welcome and thank you, Dmitry. The floor is yours. Thank you. Greetings. Greetings, dear colleagues. I would like to thank everyone for coming. We've been working on UAVs in Kazakhstan for 10 years. This is the first time we see such a huge audience, which means that drones combined with AI enjoy great interest within this big exhibition. We have an interesting set of speakers today representing various domains. We don't have enough time to cover this big topic, so without further ado, let me introduce our panel speakers. First of all, Mr. Akhmediev, Deputy Defense Minister of Kazakhstan. You can support that with applause. Yerlan Isimsiyeva, Freedom Lifestyle Executive Officer. And Ablay Ospanov, Managing Director for Digitalization at Samruk-Kazyna. I don't know how deep you are in the topic of drones. Probably there are people from the sector. It could be really great to get some feedback from you after the panel session. For the overall audience, let me explain the principle of operations in our sphere. Civil and defense aviation is mainly controlled by the defense ministry because, first of all, it is the security issue, the security of the country and the security of users, actually, in the market. So this is the thing we would like to talk about with Deputy Minister of Defense, how this sector is developing. We can see many cases on UAV operator training, maintenance operator training. So we would love to hear from you firsthand. What's the progress, and is there any link between UAVs and AI? Thank you so much. Greetings, dear participants. In 2023, we opened the UAV development department, dealing with all kinds of drones and unmanned vehicles, including aerial vehicles. And this department is working on the regulatory part of drone application in our country. As for the training, we launched the Sarbaz Plus program for conscripts. It would be appealing for young people under 27 who would like to get conscripted and get trained to be UAV operators on the premises of the Air Defense military unit in Almaty. This is where we launched our pilot, the so-called transformational conscript service. We train comms operators, technical operators, and now UAV operators. You can apply via myarmy.kz. There you can see our agendas. You can see the commander of this unit, what kind of benefits are provided at this military unit. Let me tell you about this project. We have upgraded the infrastructure based on new principles, based on the principles of modern fitness centers. We upgraded this infrastructure. So there is a great gym for martial arts for UAV operators. We have procured several types of drones. We integrated our training program with the leading companies. We included telecom operators in this collaboration. There are also English courses, chess courses, or you can get employed with the leading communications operators, including as UAV operators. I would like to encourage young people to join this unit. No fast food, no bad habits, good lifestyle, no social networks, only healthy food, healthy schedule, and the opportunities of this military unit. Thank you. If I may, one clarification. I have many questions, but we discussed that on the sidelines, but some of the questions can be asked in the public. So the overall concept of the UAV development domain, apart from training, we know that there is a lack of qualified, skilled personnel. Freedom can confirm that. For the Ministry of Defense, that is a kind of reserve as well. What are the initiatives from your side to boost the number of legitimate users, UAV operators in the public sector of aviation and in the civilian as well? What other initiatives apart from Sarbas Plus could be useful for the Ministry of Defense? You understand the civilian market very well as well, so where is this possible link between the government and civilian sectors apart from training? Well, you know, regulation is on the side of the Ministry of Transport, Committee for Civil Aviation. As far as I'm informed, they have summarized the necessary regulations. Every UAV must be registered, and the pilots should be registered as well. So both the human and the vehicle must be registered. There are certain areas that are no-flight zones. This is an important piece of information for pilots. There are private schools that give you an opportunity to get trained as the UAV pilot. They are licensed by the Ministry of Transport. We are mainly regulating and governing the wartime. Civil aviation is responsible for peacetime. We have the DFS Tech Hub. They are engaged in innovations, including focus on UAV. Together with you, we have conducted several events and keep conducting. So Defense Tech is the platform for those who would like to implement or materialize certain solutions for defense and generally security forces. There are opportunities for acceleration, piloting on the premises of the Ministry of Defense and military units and other security forces. Defense Tech is a kind of a bridge between the force block and startups, companies that are deploying and using UAVs. At Alem AI, we have also opened the chapter of Defense Tech. Soon our office will be open in Almaty. And this platform is available for everyone. The heads of the center are here on this platform. So I think you can ask them questions and find out how you can offer your solutions for the government. I have a question for Yerlan. Yerlan, a lot of information has been published in the media that you are developing logistical projects based on UAV. What are other things that you could talk about outside robotics, about the link between drones and AI and how you're implementing that? This is the first part. And the second part is, what are the barriers that you see? You seem to be pioneers in this domain. Logistics is a new sphere. The regulation is not covering this part yet. So you may have already faced some challenges. So could you share this experience? Maybe there are some people here who could offer you some solutions. Well, let me answer as follows. In general, our shareholder has been, gently pushing us towards this idea, but we began the implementation only early this year. And in September, we did the testing and we did the first deliveries to the real clients. If we talk about the technical part, nobody did that in Kazakhstan yet. So there are certain mainly technical issues. We work with two companies producing drones, DJI and ARC. They are building UAVs in the United States. So we are looking for a partner to customize solutions for us, to ensure, for instance, stability for rainy conditions. So certain solutions that will only be useful and fitting our market. We are talking about Almaty, not even Astana yet. This part of our work is mainly R&D. It's a laboratory. After every test flight, we generate weekly reports for UAV manufacturers, and we send them information about the hiccups in real time, and they work on corrective measures. We were the first ones in Kazakhstan who conducted practice for third category operators. Amateurs are category 1. Category 2 is inspection of pipelines, for instance. And the third category is the transportation. We have arranged the theoretical course. Now we are arranging the practical course, and we are working on the license with the aviation administration in Kazakhstan. I don't see any barriers on the part of the regulator or the state in general, because it is in their best interest, especially after the president's address to the nation. And they are very open to feedback. So it just takes some time. Application deadlines. As for drone certifications, they are all certified. And the companies who would like to work in this stream, it won't be difficult for them to prepare those documents. The main issues are economy and investments. It is still the R&D for us. We are not yet chasing the margin here. However, we understand clearly that technologies get less expensive every year. So in a couple of years, this story will be an everyday reality. And by that time, we want to build a necessary framework. Thank you. My next question was the question that I was asked yesterday at the exhibition. So it's a simple question. Is it hype or reality? So let me answer. No, this isn't hype. This is reality. Why it is perceived as a hype? Because you haven't yet experienced that when a drone flying over you with a radius of 3 meters and it starts descending a bag with grocery for you. At first, you are amazed and even scared. But if you look at the time and efficiency of this drone, you understand that a truck that leaves the warehouse for 3 kilometers to the client, in actual life, the route may take 12 kilometers up to 60 minutes. And that causes, if it's not an e-vehicle, exhaust fumes and traffic congestion. So as for the drone delivery to the client, it takes just several minutes, including preparation and delivery per se. So it feels really nice that when you order something and it is delivered to you in no time. If you use the рядом or nearby service, it's about the same, but even faster. Рядом gives you 15 minutes and drones give you 3 times less. So you order something, you put the kettle on, and in a couple of minutes you get your groceries. This is great convenience for our users. Thank you so much. So in a couple of years, what is the percentage of coverage in Kazakhstan with this delivery? We're not looking at the 2-3 years horizon because by the end of the year, we will start launching the drones from our warehouse. 3 to 4 kilometers from our warehouses will be delivered. The model has already been proven. It is operational. Our holding is really big. As of now, it focuses on fintech, but we are transforming it into a technological holding. We make money on banking, brokerage, and insurance. The rest of the Freedom Lifestyle services are just convenience services, as well as client acquisition and client retention in our ecosystem. So we are just providing some additional convenience to our clients via the super app.
We're not talking about the matter of 2 to 3 years because by the end of this year we'll be able to deliver within the radius of 3 kilometers near our warehouses. Our bottleneck is the dark store or warehouses. So once we learn how to quickly upscale our warehouses or deconstruction of new storage facilities, and once we realize that these warehouses shall be in line with the safety precautions and there should be special landing site 10 to 10 meters, because it usually complicates the selection of the site for warehouses, we will ensure the delivery by drones. We've tested 2 companies this month. We are going to hold trials with several other companies, and we will probably increase the fleet of our drones as well as dogs. It sounds fantastic because we've been developing in this area for almost 10 years. It is initially very difficult, and it is on the verge of hype when it comes to the perception of the audience. But what about the main areas where the drones are applied? It's mostly industry, it's energy sector, and that is why I have another question to Samruk Ablaykhan-Esenovich. You were appointed to this position of the managing director for digitization recently. You worked in Kazakh Telecom prior to SK, and you worked with drones construction. This project is quite interesting with the distributed network of additional stations. So what kind of experience have you gained so far? Because I remember that you started a bit earlier than Freedom, and you probably were the first one who has done this on the national level, in addition to the first integrators or pioneers. And how do you develop the further development plans at Samruk Kazina? Thank you very much for your question. Yes, indeed, this topic is highly relevant. Kazakh Telecom, since last year, started to deal with these projects, and as of today, about 660 drones are present in the portfolio of Kazakh Telecom. There are a number of successful projects where the drones are already used. And first of all, this is done for the monitoring of current situation. For example, in such cities as Almaty and with the pilots in Astana, we've already launched some drones. For example, you remember when drones would take off at the bypass road and register violation of the speed limit and other traffic rules violations. Now the mayor's offices of Almaty and mostly the mayor's offices in the southern region is looking forward to getting more drones because there are lots of car accidents on the roads, on the highways, and the traffic police is willing to use more drones because, but still you never know as a driver, you never know where you can be carefully observed by drones, so you are not so inclined to violating the traffic rules. I think that for the sake of the safety precautions, drones will be applied commonly on a daily basis, and it will happen in the nearest future. As regards the monitoring of the environmental situation, well, for example, in the spring of 2025, we used drones in the northern Kazakhstan region to hold the monitoring of the floods. And we tried to use them at those locations where we were supposed to quickly see the direction of the water flow. And we used them to see the condition of dams. Drones can easily reach some remote corners compared to drones are very useful in reaching remote territories, unlike helicopters, and they can also make 3D images which demonstrate the situation in one or another location. And there are many other projects where drones are used for monitoring of wildfire. For example, I can say that every huntsman who works in national parks have drones that they operate in order to find poachers or to quickly see whether there is a wildfire or anything else happening. To monitor the environmental situation in Astana, for instance, one of the district mayor's offices started to apply drones at night in order to control the landfills. For example, we all know that in Astana, especially with the construction that goes on 24/7, there is lots of construction debris, and people try to take out garbage whenever they can. And the drones help identify violations of illegal creation of landfills at night. We talked to Darhan, and as Yerlan already mentioned, and I know that people from telecom industry also use this reliable technology called DJI. We have a number of companies that independently assemble their drones. Even if these drones turn out to be a little bit more expensive, these drones can be quite helpful, even if their reliability sometimes causes concerns or doubts. But if we look at the needs in the nearest future, I believe that based on these needs, we can build a really nice factory for the production of drones. So when I was appointed to Samruk, I realized that we can actually facilitate a lot in this process because annually, by using thousands of drones in different areas, we can actually achieve significant results. As regards the legislation, recently the president tasked us with the revision, tasked the ministry with the revision of laws and regulations on drones or UAVs. For instance, Ireland already said that they want to deliver food by drones within the radius of 3 kilometers, but in practice we faced this problem. Astana is not open for drones. In Almaty, to get a permission, you have to try really hard. I understand the situation when there are 2 to 3 drones flying over the city, but if there are 100 drones flying over the city on a daily basis, then there must be certain rules in place, and it will be very difficult to get a permit for your drone to fly over the city. And I believe that we need to create the community that is willing to support the drones. We see the telecommunications industry, the defense industry, and other industries that want to provide services by using drones. So they can get together and form a community or an association. And I believe that then, with our concerted efforts, we'll be able to somehow ensure proper regulations, come up with the rules, and set up the frequencies at which the drones shall fly. I think that the future with drones is happening. Just this morning, I saw this short video of one of the cities in China. It was the video of the show of drones, and with the fireworks, thousands of drones fell on the heads of people, and this is quite a serious situation that may slow down our adoption of laws and regulations on UAVs. But at the same time, we know that the lack of application of drones can also slow down the development of our country. For example, in China, the delivery services with the application of drones is quite common. For example, the Hardys can be delivered by drones. We can catch up with these trends, but we need to find the right balance. We need to make sure that the large players come to an agreement with each other so that they could do this work on a higher level. Thank you. Just wanted to add a few points in addition to Ablahan's comment. Actually, we have just several drones, and it's not a problem to see several drones on air. But once we hit the number of hundreds of thousands of drones, it may create problems. That is why we have to create the national UTI system. And this is the system that allows you to regulate the movement of drones in air and avoid collision of drones. We need to work with the Aviation Authority of Kazakhstan and create such rules or regulations. I believe that the synergy of national companies with the government is necessary here. On this positive note, since we have a few minutes left, I want to say that we actually managed to cover this topic quite well, focusing on major things, because eventually regulatory framework and the involvement of main stakeholders such as the Ministry of Defense shall focus on the simplification of these processes for the market to be able to develop and for the customers to get the services that they have paid for and that they're willing to get. I'm talking about the high quality results. I'm talking about the training of personnel that can avoid future violations, because Ablahan mentioned the situations with the fall down of drones. We're not protected from such situations, and we believe that if the drones fall, it will have a negative impact on everyone. Dima, taking advantage of this opportunity, I would like to call for startuppers in the field of UAVs. Please come to the platform of Defense Take, and if you have ideas regarding the application of AI, if you want to enter the defense market, I encourage you to come to our platform called Defense Take and share your ideas there. Thank you. And just like in other markets, the driver of technologies is the Ministry of Defense. It is the main customer. And this is how technologies go through the defense industry and end up in the civilian market. I would like to thank once again all of you for your participation and for your contribution. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to discuss everything, but I believe that we'll have another opportunity in the future and attract more people to our conversation. I would like to thank our audience for listening to us. It'll be very interesting to receive feedback from you. You can find us on social media, follow us on social media. Please feel free to write to us. And I'd like to thank our organizers for letting us discuss this topic. Dmitry, thank you very much. Let's take a family photo. This is a good old tradition of Digital Bridge. Thank you very much, dear speakers, dear moderator. We had a wonderful panel session and a wonderful wonderful discussion, and hopefully the delivery by drones is not something that is going to happen in the far future. It is something that is becoming a trend, and this panel session is over. We will proceed with our next session in a few minutes. Thank you very much. This is the panel session on drones and AI, from security to logistics and infrastructure.
Our next session. Уважаемые участники, буквально
Dear participants, we will begin in under 1 minute. So please stay put, take your seats.
дәл осы алаңда бірер минуттан кейін келесі панельдік сессия басталады. Unit 3 интеллектуалды робот және индустрияның көшбасшысы деген тақырып қозғалатын болады. На этой сцене буквально через пару минут мы начнем следующую панельную сессию. Unit 3 интеллектуальный робот и лидеры отрасли, друзья.
First time in Kazakhstan? Second time. Stage is ready. Yeah, you can go on. Good luck, sir.
We are ready to start our next session, guys. Unit 3, Intelligent Robot and Industry Pioneer. Please welcome on stage Director of Overseas Market at Unit 3 Robotics, Irving Cheng, with keynote pitch.
Okay, everyone. Thank you for having me here, and I really appreciate for the invitation from the Astana Harbor and Kazakhstan. So today we are going to quickly introduce about what's the Unit 3 and what we are doing in the past few years, and what we are opinions with the robotics and the intelligence of the AI to combine with the robotics. So my name is Irving Chen. Really appreciate for everyone's today. Unit 3 is founded in the 2016. We are the first company from the 2017 who beginning selling the quadruptor robot in the worldwide. During that time, actually none of any other organizations have been suppliers the robot dog to the worldwide. And while in that time is clearly winter season for that business, since almost there is a zero public attention, and there is no orders from that point. And right now, we are growing, like have more than thousands of people, and deeply engaged in the comprehensive field such as core robotics components, motion control technology, robot perception technology, and the decision making, and also the core components like the motor control reducers. We are based in Hangzhou, which is very close, the headquarters from the Alibaba. Of course, Alibaba is one of our important investors. And so far, right now, we are 9 years old. We are covering the more than 60% of the whole worldwide marketing share from the quadruptor robots. And we are confident to announce that we are covering more than 50% of the humanoid robots from all over the world. From the regions that we are covering more than 50% countries and regions all over the world. And very soon, the IPO news will become from Unit 3. We probably the first truly robotics, humanoid robotics company who in China will be go to the public stock in the mainland China as the first company. Thank you very much. So here is a slide that quickly introduce what's our history from the past few years, especially during my company founder, Xinxin Wang, during his master degrees, he designed the X-Dog. X-Dog is probably, we're not sure, but probably is maybe the first or very early electronics power robotics dog in the whole worldwide. So as we know that the Boston Dynamics is a clearly pioneer in the robotics game, but during the 2013 to 2016, Boston Dynamics mostly to provide the oil drive company, but not electric drive companies. And we suppose the X-Dog probably is the first electronics drive product robot dog in the worldwide. And after Unitree founded the company in the 2016, we designed the Leica Go. The Leica name is the first natural dog who go to the aerospace from the Soviet Union. That's called the Leica, so we named it the Leica Go. Of course, go to the next, we have the Alien Go in the 2019. Beginning from the 2020, we have the A1, Go 1, B1 for the each next generations. There are the few stories we would like to deliver. In terms of the 2017 to 2020 is a clearly cold season for the marketing. While at that time, we bring some robot for the activities or for exhibitions. We have no chance for lunch or go to the washroom. The reason is, during that time, the robot is very fragile. It might be fall down very easily and probably won't have any chance to stand up again. It's totally different compared to right nowadays. The robot is very solid. No matter how many times the robot fall down, it still can standing up, still can perform very well. But 7 years ago, 6 years ago, when the robot fall down, probably have no chance to stand up. And when we bring the robot from China to the US or any other countries, in the daily time, we have no chance to go for the washroom or sometimes go for the lunch. Because if the robot fall down or break, there is no chance to engage the robot again. And we are fast growing beginning from the pandemic time, beginning from the January of the 2020, we attend the CES in the Las Vegas with the A1 robot. From that way, Unitree have the different direction of the quadrupter robots. Small size of the robot, big size of the robot, middle size of a robot for the different name as a B2, Go2, and A2 robots. And so far, we are not only the platform supplier, we also become the solution suppliers. We are using the inspection solution and the firefight solution, emergency service solution with the ground mobility product. The target is the air drone is flying on the air, but for us, we are more for the ground mobility and the underground mobility. However, the foundation and the philosophy of the use case compared with air and compared with ground is almost the same. But the marketing stage and the technology stage is totally different. So we are really supposed in the next coming 10 years. So the ground mobility business and the underground mobility, not only business but the technologies will be growing very soon. And the size is similar like the air drones. That's a huge potential market in the whole worldwide. And right now, we are using the inspection solutions and the firefighter solutions for the different scenario of business. For later, I will do some introduction. And not only for the quadrupter robot, we have the humanoid robots, like the H1, G1, and the R1. I will do some simple introduction later. Can you please help him check? Something wrong? Hello? Anyone who can help me go to the next page?
Next presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. Is that video can be open or not? If not, I can just speak. So always something.
One second, please.
Always something need to communicate. So for it's a G1, it's called the R1 robot. We just launched to the marketing beginning from last month. So there is one data information we would like to emphasize. This robot, the entry level price is $5,900 US. Still not cheaper, but compared with the last generation version is $16,000 US. We are cut down the 60% of the cost and the price from the last generation to this generations. So meanwhile, there are more organizations, more researchers, more developers can be affordable with a humanoid robot. The story looks like an Android system. While the robot still need a lot of development, need the applications, we are trying to create the developers ecosystem, how to invite more developers join the game, but not only for the entertainment, but also as application suppliers for the whole worldwide using the robot products. So this is the target from Unitree, to lowering the barrier to innovation through the cost control and the massive production. We are lower the entry barrier, powering more developers to join the ecosystem and accelerate the industry speed, how to growing. So very simple example is probably 3 years ago, there may be less than 10,000 humanoid game players in the whole worldwide. So right now, it's definitely have more than millions game players in the worldwide. But in case of the R1 robot, we are thinking it definitely can increase more than 2 million game players who can use the lower cost product and with a high quality to join the game, to development of the manipulation applications, locomotion applications, and also with the softwares together. And another idea is we clearly know how powerful of the LLM. So in terms of the LLM is a very strong capability, but it's mostly living in the software worlds. How to make the software connection with the physical worlds? We need thinking the physical general AGI, physical AGI. So it's a physical body using the robotics to implement with the software like the LLM or VLM or VLAs for the development to provide the applications. So that is one of the targets with our products. And if the controller can help me to open this one. So with the ground mobility, we have another product called A2 robot. We just announced the product around 1 month ago. It's a middle size, 35 kg. However, it can be payload more than 30 kg. In terms of his own weight is 35 kg. Battery support, hot switch, and one thing important, he can go the most place, let's say more than 90% of the place that the human beings can go. So which means we are targeting to using this ground mobility product for the 4D environment we are calling dirty, difficult, dangerous, duplicated. Such kind of the environment we are in the past decades. There are human beings go to there, however, it's quite dangerous. And right now, the current stage is the young generation who burned after the 1990. After the 2000, people don't want to go to the 4D environment. But we still need some of the applications to keep operations facilities. So as a ground mobility and underground mobility, this is one of our target and a mission for the A2 robot. Wiring is very strong as a body. And the battery lifetime is more than 6 hours. Wiring carries more than 20 kg for the long-term working. Also, we have been thinking how to use the robot for the delivery case to assist the peoples, the hiking, to carry the payloads. And from here is we have been testing 30 kg, more than 12 kilometer distance using the one charge time of the battery, 3 hours working time. And of course, we will be provide the wheeled version, since the wheeled is become more faster, saves more time. So the target for the A2 robot and the R1 robot is the same. It's a lower barrier for the most developers, for the applications, to provide the more lighter business capability and ecosystems for the whole worldwide. And going to the next, I would like to quickly introduce, if the control center can help me open this video. Just 1 month ago, maybe 1.5 months ago, we come from Beijing. Anyone help me to open this video? We got a #1 golden numbers in the Beijing humanoid game challenges, and all the award we Unitree also the #1. Last year, we never guessed the humanoid can be running such much stronger and faster, 1,500 meters, 6.5 minutes. The capability is more than most of the general people's. 100 meters racing, 20 seconds. And we are thinking in the next year it will be under the 15 seconds. With the next 3 years, we suppose it will be under the 11 seconds. So which means it probably can go to the Olympic game for the 100-meter champions. Okay, it's quite exciting. So in terms of, thank you. In terms of a time issue, please allow me to go to the next. And another exciting news is Unitree will be launch a newest humanoid robot. Is a full size 1.8 meters to the marketing and aimed for the industry applications, for the collections, for the manipulations. Is a full size, and this robot will be looks like incredible beautiful. I think coming in the next month, in the 1 month. Thank you. And help me, control center, the last video. Please help me open it. From here is a little bit more for technical issues, because Unitree is one open source uniform LM with robotics. The video you can see from the right corner is not true. It's by the robotics data he predict and control the physical robot to do some movement with the grippers to put the package inside of the case. It's not by controlled, in zero control, never training, just we produce the robotics uniform LM and install with the robots, with the cameras, with sensors. So he is controlling the arm with the sensors to put the package, to put the case into the package. And this is the opening source from Unitree. And here I would like to quickly emphasize, for this point, we think there are the two biggest challenges right now, what we are facing. One is data, another is a model. So the data, our targeting is trying to find a better model, enabling to learn very good performance, however, with less data. However, it's very complicated, and we are targeting to make the robots to work in the really reliable and the physical worlds. That is our target. Right now, what we are facing is the data from the whole worldwide for the robotics is just the beginning, and the real data with the robotics. The real world data is very active, however, the costly, and it's very hard to make the large scales. The data from the simulation is simple, cheaper, but we face a huge gap from the sim to real. It's a huge, huge gap. Especially we see the OpenAI announced the Sora 2 few days ago, but we still see some of the gaps. How to from the video with the physical world. They still have the video have not really sense with the physical feeling. But of course, from the Sora 1 to Sora 2 is a huge step. And for simply saying is, we are thinking the data of the robotics is a few. But the model for the robotics is engine. Without enough data, the robot solution cannot learn well, cannot go further well. But without the good engine, it's waste the time to use the data to go for the performance. So this is roughly that we are thinking for the relationship between data and the model to how to empower on the robotics products. And quickly slide for the marketing application. Unitree not only a platform supplier, we are also the solution supplier, application suppliers. Right now, we are trying to using our ground mobility product for the environment, for the inspection, for the security, for checking some of the devices that in such kind of a scenario that human beings don't want to go, since most of the toughest and the dangerous areas maybe we don't want to see anyone hurt or even anyone died. But we are targeting to using the mobility unmanned machine as a robot to replace the people from there. And even in China, we are hiring disabled people to remotely control the robot. That the original job should be send the people into the 4D environment, which is a dirty, difficult, dangerous, duplicated environment. But right now, we are using and hiring disabled people for that kind of a job. So it's a great value for the society, actually. And allow me to continue. So we also training for the digital twins to training the robot in the simulation environment, so it will be easy for the deployment for the robots and the solutions. Right now, like the power grid, power stations, and some of the underground, the mining, the gas, the electric stations. So this is our target right now. And if the business is, if the robotics business and the application looks like a tower, right now we are facing the top tower, which is a 4D environments. But as a ground and the foundation of a tower, we are thinking is a more soft, more comfortable environments. For that way, Unitree is working with multiple of our partners to try using the humanoid robot to assist or even replace the people from such kind of environment. But such kind of a blue labor job is cover more than 60% in all over the world for the blue labor jobs. Is the foundation of the tower for the blue labor jobs. And the next is for the emergency service, emergency stop. And this we are using the ground mobility for the earthquake, for some firefight areas to using the robot. And instead of that, we are originally sending the people go to that facility, but right now we are trying to send the robot go to there to carry the payload and to detect of the data, whether there's an environment that still have people alive or whether we need to provide the water gun to control the fires. So this is what we are doing right now. But it looks like just the beginning, still like the teenagers. We are thinking how to encourage the robotics business growing to enter the university level, to enter the master level, PhD levels, and graduate as a workman from the entry level to the junior level, to the senior level, to the expert level, finally for the professional levels. And it is a quite exciting journeys to drive and empower by the AIs, since we see a great revolution opportunity, a new page, and some kind of the new technology century is coming right now. So we are happy to deliver our message with all the Kazakhstans and to deliver our sincerity. How can we share our technology? How can we provide our capabilities here to do more beneficiary for the people's lives? Not only for the robot, also for the AIs. And it's our second time being here, but we receive a very warmly welcome. We are hoping that we have more chance to keep communicate and establish the good friendships, just like China and Kazakhstan. Anyway, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much. Irving Chen, guys, thank you very much. We are very happy that you are with us. Thank you very much.
So,
yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
It was Irving Chen, Director of Overseas Market at Unitree Robotics. Уважаемые друзья, в 16:00
Dear friends, at 4 p.m. here at Generative Hall, the awarding ceremony will continue for the robotics competitions. Dear friends, in a couple of minutes we will continue the awarding ceremony for the robotics competition here. Please proceed to your seats, find any vacant seats, mute your phones. Thank you so much.
Уважаемые гости, для быстрых коммуникаций и награждений первый ряд создан для участников церемонии награждения, поэтому первый ряд, который сейчас создается, будет занят.
Dear guests, the front row is for the nominants to the awards.
Тау рәсіміне арналған, сол себепті бұл орындарды бос ұстауды сұраймыз.
для приветственного. Сразу начинаешь, короче, отсюда. Я его предложаю, награждение мероприятия.
Подожди, это не надо?
Арсена Томского. Это я говорю, вот это ты не говоришь. Сразу переходишь к своему награждению.
Почему?
Ну, так сказали, не будет, короче, приветствия. Ну, вот этих, ладно, можно позвать, но вот здесь, короче, нельзя.
Райс Томский не договорился?
Нет, сказали не давать, короче. Он не будет говорить приветствие.
Тогда я Руслана позову.
Ау?
Руслана позову?
Зачем?
Или никого не
Руслана
зовут?
зови, да.
Точно?
После Томского, да. Все, я
подожди.
начинаю.
Да, тупняк будет. Или Руслан выходит, сначала говорит приветственное слово, а потом награждение будет.
Арсен Томский сказал сейчас его вызвать, потом он уезжает.
Я понял. Нет, смотри, в том плане, что сейчас Томский награждает,
Да.
уходит, а потом я вызываю
Да,
Руслана,
да.
он говорит приветственное слово,
Да.
а потом награждает.
Можно начать сразу с награждения. У меня включен?
Раз.
Все. Все, мы начинаем, да?
Қайырлы күн, құрметті қонақтар, ханымдар мен
Good day, dear ladies and gentlemen, guests. We are very glad to welcome you at the Generative Hall at the award ceremony. Today we have here the brightest minds and teams that showed outstanding results. This year we'll have award in two categories: Decentratone, Best AI Solutions, Robotics Competition, AI Robotics Competition, and Robotics Hackathon. For the opening of our award ceremony, we'd like to invite the founder and the CEO of the International InDrive Service, Arsen Tomsky. The first place goes to Sapiens. We invite you on stage. Let's take a photo with the winners. Now we'd like to move to the second track of InDrive. The winner is Yelarna team. Kindly ask you here on stage. Thank you very much. Let's take a memorable photo. Let's take a group photo now. I would like to thank Arsen Tomsky for your participation. Thank you very much. We'd like to invite the CEO of VCC Hub, Ruslan Isimbayev, for welcoming remarks. Good day, dear participants, organizers of this outstanding event. Decentratone is the part of Digital Bridge, and BCC Hub is the subsidiary of BCC. We are very glad to be a part of this Decentratone. It is indeed a large-scale event that covers 4,000 participants from all cities of the country. We partnered with different teams. BCC, just like other large participants of our economy, see promising future of AI. We suggested personalizing offerings to our clients on the basis of their behavioral analysis, and we suggested using advanced text analysis tools. It is really important for us to be here today to give awards to the winners. I think that the collaboration between businesses, startups, and the government can create more opportunities for our country, for our society, and for our economy. May we have more victories. The best of luck to everyone. Would like to thank Ruslan Isimbayev. Now we would like to start the awards from BCC Hub. So the first place goes to 208. Please welcome on stage. Let's take a group photo with the team. Now let's get down to the second track of awards from BCC Hub. The first place goes to Star Wars team. Please welcome on stage. Let's give a loud round of applause to the Star Wars team. Let's take a group photo with the winners of the award by BCC Hub. Thank you very much, Ruslan, and the participants. We kindly ask you to take your seats. Now we'd like to invite Litsalan of Super Team KZ Talgat Dosanov for welcoming remarks. Good evening, dear friends. Today we're here to draw up the results of a very cool event. And when it comes to our stream called Solana Day by Decentraton, we held it for the first time with our distinguished partners from the Blockchain Center with the support of Astana Hub and the Ministry of Digital Development. And since for Solana it was the very first event of such scale, actually it exceeded our expectations because the quality of applications was very high. And yesterday the president of Solana Foundation was here with the vice president on stablecoins, and she chose this place before she goes to Singapore to one of the largest conferences in this field. And this is a good indicator of the fact that we have very cool and very talented people here in the country, fast thinkers and great problem solvers. Solana's and the Decentraton's objective was about giving a nice start for you to implement all of your ideas and facilitate your ideas in Kazakhstan and internationally. I would like to thank you all once again. It was really hard to choose a winner. We spent a lot of time changing our decision again and again, but we had to choose a winner, and I would like to congratulate our winners. Thank you very much. So, in the first track, Best WebT Solution, the first place goes to Solana team. We'd like to invite you here on stage. A loud round of applause to the Solarium team. Thank you very much. Second track, Best Web3 Solution. The first place goes to NeoDev team. Let's invite our winners on stage. Let's take a group photo with all the winners. We'd like to thank Talgat Dosanov and the teams and kindly ask you to take your seats. Let's move to our next category on robotics. This is the contest among high school students where the teams demonstrate the new skills of engineering, design, programming, and robot management. For welcoming remarks, we'd like to invite here on stage the director of the Public Fund, Ahmet Akhalbek Murzabekov. Please. Good evening. Today we are here to wrap up the results of Digital Bridge, and we had the first championship this season. We plan to hold more championships, and we plan to hold 150 championships during this season. It is really great news that 20,000 kids all over Kazakhstan are interested in robotics, and in different regions of the country they go through different systems of the championship. So the winners of the championship will be able to visit more than 20 countries. We see greater number of quotas allocated for the participation in global championships. And if previously we'd see 50,000 people from all over the world participating in the championship in Houston, and our country would allocate only 2 quotas, this year 7 of them were allocated. On the 29th of October in Panama, one of the largest championships on robotics in the world is going to be held, and it will bring together representatives of 190 countries, and the team of the Republic of Kazakhstan will be attending this championship. Kazakhstan used to be an absolute champion without a single loss in Singapore and in Geneva, and hopefully in Panama. We'd like to repeat this success. One more thing, we have a lot of high school students that are leaving schools and going to universities, and they want to continue to take part in competitions and create robots. So for the university students, we decided to launch a few championships this year. That is why we're bringing new types of Robocon and Robocar to Kazakhstan. These are 2 new championships, the finals of which will be held in Hong Kong. So let's begin our award ceremony. We have 4 winners. We would like to invite our referees to start the High Five Award tradition. The first award goes to Excellence. Welcome on stage. Let's take a group photo. Let's show emotions. The round of applause. Finalist, the Lions Captain nomination, BID and Kiroshi teams are winners of this award. Please welcome on stage. Winning Alliance Partner nomination, Red Lotus is the winner of this award. Let's support them with the loud round of applause. A loud round of applause to our winners. Winning Alliance Captain nomination, the award goes to Желтоксан. Let's support our winners with our loud applause. Thank you very much. Would like to thank our referees for your participation in this award ceremony. We kindly ask you to take your seats. We're switching to the nomination of Robotics Hackathon. Category is on robotics. It is a unique contest where participants create different prototypes and behavioral skills for robots, and the teams present their innovative developments. Robotics Hackathon nomination. Third place goes to Maksat and Co. Please welcome on stage and let us support our winners. Robotics Hackathon nomination. Robotics Hackathon nomination. Second place goes to Dodaction. Welcome on stage. And first place in this nomination goes to K9, Kinology team. Let us support the winners with our loud round of applause. Let's take a group photo with the winners. And now let's take a group photo with all of the finalists. We'd like to thank you all. The award ceremony is now adjourned. We'd like to ask Asılbek Murzahmetov to take a seat in the hall. We would like to thank our participants for their hard work, bold ideas, and their contribution to the technological development of Kazakhstan. We'd like to thank our partners, judges, and organizers for their support. This competition is just the beginning of the new journey, and hopefully you will come back. Let's finish our award ceremony with the loud round of applause. Thank you very much.
Рахмет үлкен құрметті достар, барлық жеңімпаздарды шын жүректен құттықтаймыз. Уважаемые друзья, поздравляем всех победителей. Буквально через пару минут мы начнем следующую сессию. Контент, созданный ИИ, фильмы, телевидение и музыка.
Нет, все уже прошли же. Всех объявили, все, они закончили. Пошли. Сейчас она уточнит. Если уточнит, мы пока потихоньку готовим. Клининг заканчивает, протирать и выносим.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we will start our next session in time at 5 p.m. AI-generated content, film, TV and music. Уважаемые друзья,
Dear friends, the next panel session is to start at 5 p.m. AI-generated content and films, music and TV.
7:00 бұл алаңда өткізіледі. Панельдік сессияның тақырыбы жасанды интеллект көмегімен жасалған контент, фильм, теледидар және музыка. Панельдік сессияның спикерлері Дэвид Джанг, American Chance компаниясының негізін қалаушы серіктесі. Олжас Баймағамбетов, VK серіктестер қызметінің жетекшісі. Қара Studios компаниясының негізін қалаушы Айсұлтан Сейітов. Global AIGC Fest тең құрушысы AITV компаниясының техникалық директоры Фрэнсис Тео және Өзен Медиа компаниясының негізін қалаушы Айзатулла Хусейн. Ал сессия модераторы Zebra AI компаниясының тең құрушысы және бас директоры Александр Петренко. Құрметті достар, 15 минуттан кейін бұл алаңда келесі панельдік сессия басталады. Жасанды интеллект көмегімен жасалған контент, фильм, теледар және музыка. Керемет спикерлер жинап қалды бұл алаңда. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in 15 minutes we'll continue our next panel session, AI-generated content, film, TV and music on this stage. Уважаемые участники Digital Bridge 2025, организаторы программы подготовили большое количество панельных сессий, кейнот питчей и файсат-чатов. Следующая панельная сессия – это контент, созданный искусственным интеллектом, фильмы, телевидение и музыка. Будет очень много интересных спикеров. Скоро начнем. Уважаемые участники, убедительная просьба не занимать места с сумками, рюкзаками. То есть, если организаторы видят занятые сумки, они могут посадить любого участника за стул. Уважаемые гости, вы можете свои личные вещи убрать под стул, чтобы не занимать места, для того, чтобы другие гости могли сесть. Убедительная просьба, уважаемые гости. Через 15 минут мы начинаем панельную сессию. Если вы видите свободные места, уважаемые гости, да, прошу присаживаться. Құрметті Digital Bridge қатысушылары, телефондарыңызды дыбыссыз режимге аударуды сұраймыз. Уважаемые участники, просим перевести телефоны на беззвучный режим. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in 10 minutes we will start our next panel session, AI-generated content, film, TV, and music. Құрметті Digital Bridge 20-25 қатысушылары, 5 минуттан кейін бұл алаңда жасанды интеллект көмегімен жасалған контент, фильм, теледидар және музыка деген панельдік сессия өтеді. Назарларыңызға рахмет.
VK, то есть это это ВК? Hi again. Hi. Yeah, we will start in 1 minute. Hi,
Hello again.
hi, yeah. I will invite you to the stage.
Oh, okay.
So they will come.
Oh,
Yes,
excellent,
yes, yes.
excellent, excellent.
Let's start. Thank you very much.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start our next panel session, AI-generated content, film, TV, and music. Please welcome on stage, moderator of this session, co-founder and CEO at Zebra AI, Alexander Petrenko. Our speakers, founding partner at American Chance, David Zhang. Nice to meet you again. Please welcome David Zhang. Head of Partner Service, VK, Oljaz Baymagambetov. Founder at Kara Studios, Aysultan Siitov. Co-founder at Global AI GC Fest, CTO at AI TV, Francis Teo. And founder of Ocean Media, Aizatullah Hussein. Thank you very much. Alexander, your turn. Александр, можно нажать кнопочку там. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Hey guys, thank you for staying alive for the last session for today. We will try to keep the conversation dynamic and live. I think we have roughly 40 minutes for the actual discussions with speakers, and we will keep around 10 to 15 minutes for the Q&A session. So please listen carefully and prepare your question for the last part of this conversation. And to kick things off, I think we all live in actual fascinating AI revolution era. I think we all seen the great results of the latest models from OpenAI, from second model of Sora, and the Sam Altman AI-generated ads video in the last few days. So let's dive into actual heart of this conversation. Is AI an actual co-creator, or it's another tool within the actual tool chain in your production workflows?
I'll go ahead and take that question first. I think it's both right now. I think AI is absolutely a tool in the toolkit, and it's going to make the life in music, the life of the producer, a lot simpler with the software that they are able to use, and now also composers are using AI to write songs, and I think the question is, when does the song deserve AI as a co-author? That's not clear yet, but it looks like it's going to be possible for AI to create something original at some point. Right now, it's just training and looking at the past and producing, generating. But at some point, when AI is creating something new, then I think it will deserve authorship.
Yeah, I think it totally makes sense. And do you think at what stage we would be able to see some like truly net new generated piece of content by AI? Or it's right now, it's just like recreating and reassembling the existing pieces of content?
I would say it's just really recreating right now. There are artists who are taking their poetry and putting that into AI and generating lyrics for a song. So that is a major step forward, but it's still based on all the training that AI has done. It's not yet original.
Yeah. Do you guys want to jump in and share how do you feel about AI in and how it's been used now from your perspective and from industries you're operating with?
Александр, меня слышно, да? Спасибо.
Greetings, do you hear me? It is so great to see each of you. If we talk about AI and technology, I think there are so many discussions ahead and understanding what it takes us, because I think that AI technology as of today are making the entry to the industry more democratic. Because if you want to make movies, if you want to be a videographer, if you can buy a camera for $3,000 and optics for $2,000 and gimbal for $3,000, no, not everybody has these capacities. AI gives you the opportunity to generate those pictures, to generate those videos, to show to the producers and show them that you can use this tool. And there is no difference between me and other candidates for this role. On the other hand, big studios are doing everything to replace people, which is inhuman. If we talk about movies, because this is my perspective as a movie person, cinemas have always been about people, talking about humans, and now we are on the edge of streamlining the business processes and art. And that creates friction, because we cannot talk about people or their achievements or their vulnerabilities and at the same time telling that we are outsourcing that to a computer. So my position is that there is no unambiguous answer whether it's good or bad for us. As an indie filmmaker, I don't always have the monetary resources to film with the best team, to recruit the best team. If we talk about the industry, and AI substitutes or adds some expertise that these people could have given me. If we talk about CGI or other departments that are related to the post-production process, AI gives a huge space, huge amount of opportunities to keep creating some new visuals. Well, for you to understand, I don't have an unambiguous position on this topic. So if we talk about studios, if we talk about industry, there are changes going on indeed. And cinema never rejected progress. In the 1930s, there was sound. In the 1990s, there was VFX. Now we have AI. But AI hasn't yet provided to the industry the range of opportunities that other technologies used to give to cinema. AI is now about optimization. It is now about reproduction. What is left for us is to look and see where it's going. Greetings, everyone. I would add to what Ice has said from the perspective of music promotion and production. AI is a must-have tool. You asked whether it's a co-creator or a tool. Well, it is a tool, but it's a must-have tool. If you want to keep being relevant in the music industry, AI, as of today, is the prerequisite. It is the requirement. Thank you, Azatullah. Greetings. My pleasure to see everyone in this audience. Well, let us look from this angle. We have established an AI studio. We started looking into production with this technology, and we began looking for the AI creators who can create really great things. We brushed through the market, and we saw that there are not too many people of the kind. We tried to train them. And the insight we got is that, indeed, generative AI in videos, it's not exactly about to substitute people or give impetus to more creators. No. Usually it is already the creators that already exist in the industry and they start using AI. Those who intend to write music, they write music. So it's not that you take a common person and with AI you make them creators. No, we should start looking for creators. Therefore, AI is still a tool for the same creators, for the same people who have this urge to create.
And we have actually created the first AIGC movie in the world, totally in Mandarin. That is last year, and we actually put it in the theaters. As to whether AI is a co-creator or whether it is a tool, I can say that I beg to differ. Basically, I would say that it is a co-creator. Why? It is not just a tool. A tool is just allowing you to execute instructions only. But it does actually, it helps a human to actually to frame the creativity, to frame your imagination, to create a totally new environment, allowing film producers or music producers to create multiple variations of the same sky, of the same landscape, or the different emotions. So it allows a film director to be able to have more choices. So as a film producer myself, I am allowing this AI to co-produce with me so that he can actually the software can allow to create many variations, allowing me to have more choices. And so, but the truth about AI, it is not just simply a tool, it is actually allowing us to have more choices, and the more important thing is still the human that is behind. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I think we all agree that there's some paradigm shift happening towards democratization and more access for the end user who can, with their laptop and use of AI, create song, create a movie. We personally perceive AI as a co-pilot or a tool that helped to democratize those, to some degree, outdated production workflows and pipelines. I think the great example that Francis mentioned, that the first AI-generated movie, not like a short but 90-minute movie fully generated with AI, but there's also a great example in a recent Oscar-nominated Flex movie, animated feature series, fully created in Blender. It's an open source, free tool with only budget of around $3 million. I mean, $3 million for Oscar-winning future animated film. Is it the future? And to kind of like iterate on that, I think that Gollywood production studios, or like old school type of guys, they used to create a content in a super specific way. And introduction of a new tool that might break something in their production workflows or pipeline is a no-no. So I'm wondering to what degree geographical location mean to driving this AI adoption curve? Yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying that Hollywood makes movie in a super specific way, and to what degree other geographical locations are driving the possibility and like driving the curve of adopting AI in their production workflows.
If we talk about non-Hollywood, other locations, other countries where the movies are made, Hollywood is no longer a leader anymore. There is India, there is China. AI, as of now, is an ultimate tool for post-production. If we talk about Oscar, there was a scandal last year, The Brutalist. The accent of Adrian Brody was generated with AI assistance, and they faced a dilemma where we see the acting talent or where we see computer assistant performance. Speaking universally, AI is, first of all, a machine that digests a lot of information inside, and where this information is mainly needed in script writing, in post-production, and I'm not sure that AI, well, I think that AI cannot substitute a director, because a director is a person who speaks yes or no during the day. So it takes a will to take a decision, to be the final decision maker. I don't want to be in an industry where I am told that somebody else, like a computer, can do my job. Talking about universal concepts, if we go beyond Hollywood or top A production sites, I would say with time, great narratives will be created. What's decisive here is what you use this tool for. If there is a movie tomorrow that is based on AI, who speaks about AI, a kind of a meta-irony, I would really enjoy watching that movie because it has some essence. And AI is used here as a solution in the artistic domain. And if we talk about the business approach to that, using that, art is multifaceted, it's very diverse, and I'm not sure there will be a full substitution. I'm sure that there would be just like a new branch of art, as it happened to animation. There was 2D animation, then we have 3D animation, then we have the hybrid animation. There are movies that are made only with VFX, there are movies that are made with film, there are movies that are made with digital cameras, and there will be movies created with AI. But ultimately, it is the human who does everything. It is the human who takes the decision about the narrative. It's only the human.
I think if you say that the AI in different geographical locations, how does it actually helps in a movie productions? You have to actually understand AI is actually starting with US, okay, and then start with China. So now the thing is that regarding geographical location, answering your questions, to different geographical locations, you really need a team of locals to be there to create the cultural aspect, the objects, the training data that's meant for that particular AI. So for example, regarding Kazakhstan, okay, this country, if you need to actually create a Kazakhstan movie, so you need to have a team of people creating and training the AI to know about Kazakhstan taboo, Kazakhstan culture, Kazakhstan everything, language. So that is what I'm trying to tell you, is that based on geographical location, based on locality, you need a team of people to train AI. They do not know everything. The reason why I'm saying this is because I have actually created the first AI movie, and we actually tried to create a movie about the Qing dynasty. But then when the AI has no knowledge about Qing dynasty, so we have to train them until they understand what is Qing dynasty like, and what is the culture, and what is the description, the decoration, the entire environment. So end of the day, based on different geographical location, you need to train. Thank you.
I think it's going to be very important for Kazakhstan to create a legal framework to protect AI creators and authors. I've spent most of my career fighting for the rights of songwriters and composers when I was working in the music industry for the major label. And nothing is more discouraging or frustrating than when other people take credit for someone's work. And that is going to be very important for Kazakhstan to establish very clear lines of ownership. Right now, the situation around the world is in flux. In the US, there's still no real laws in place, no legislation proposing that kind of infrastructure. But if Kazakhstan were to pass a Creative AI Act that protects authors and composers so that they can use AI as a tool and feel comfortable about using it, and that they won't be ripped off, basically. I think that will help Kazakhstan leapfrog the West in some ways, because right now it is the most important thing to have a strong legal framework in place that protects creative people, who then will feel more comfortable using AI in their compositions, in their creative work. That's the most important thing. I think infrastructure is very important. You must have here in Kazakhstan a strong infrastructure that supports the development of AI and teaches AI in the universities and it teaches lawyers, frankly, how to defend copyright law regarding AI. That's a brand new world. Hardly any law school is teaching anything about that right now, and that's very important. And I agree, cultural identity is crucial. Kazakhstan has a great opportunity here to create its own voice registry, its own database of musical instruments that are very unique to Kazakhstan. You won't hear them anywhere else. And if this is protected and there's a strong framework around it, then you will create trust. And when you create trust, you bring in more investment, because the investors, the VCs, the people that are willing to take a risk, one of the first things they'll want to know is the legal framework there. But I believe Kazakhstan can really do a lot very quickly and perhaps become a hub for AI in Central Asia.
На самом деле хороший вопрос.
Actually, this is a very good question. As regards the development of new technologies in the age of AI, I've been thinking about it a lot. I realized that we are a relatively young country, and due to different circumstances, we just started to catch up with others and come to realize how to create music or video. But we now observe the democratization of the content generation, and even if we have the technologies, just the rest of the world, Kazakhstan still has a great chance. It doesn't need to catch up now. I think that Kazakhstan now can take decisive steps forward. You just mentioned that in a relatively young country, the laws and regulations get adopted or amended very quickly, and we can easily adjust to a lot of things because of that, while other countries are reflecting on what needs to be done next. We can create things quickly, show quick results, and I think that it is high time for our country and for our region to gain this supremacy or leadership and be in line with the contemporary trends. As for Hollywood, whenever we talk about the AI-generated content and movies, in principle, the movie format itself is, I wouldn't say obsolete, but there are certain rules. For example, the duration of a movie in average is from 2 to 3 hours. But when it comes to AI, we imply entertainment in general. I think that the movies are there to stay, but probably the views will go down significantly, because my nephews, my kids do not watch movies anymore. Truth be told, they mostly consume short video content, even if it's an educational video content, because when it comes to AI-generated content, we shall keep in mind that it's not all about the movies, it's about other videos, including the short ones. So if the government, investors, and the real creators come together and decide to develop these technologies together.
Between mic, like 10 centimeters, if it's possible, okay? Уважаемый спикер, 10 сантиметров.
Please keep the distance of 10 centimeters from the microphone so that we could hear you better.
It's really great points, and some decentralization is like really happening. So the individual teams behind the Flow movie I mentioned before were like from Latvia, Belgium, and France. I think the next Jackie Chan movie is planning to be shot here in Kazakhstan, so like definitely lots of decentralization happening outside of traditional like Hollywood and locations where we were producing those movies before. And I think the ecosystem drives forward only with a holistic type of approach. So we mentioned about legal aspects, we mentioned about investments, definitely tax rebates, also super important. And we just briefly mentioned about different types of pieces of the content. So how do you guys think about and perceive overall additional platforms like TikTok, like Instagram, ВКонтакте? How does it important for driving this adoption curve moving forward?
Let us simplify the question, okay?
Things you mentioned about different types of content and like more smaller type of content. So how do you perceive evolution of like platforms TikTok, Instagram, ВКонтакте, and how those platforms are important for driving the adoption curve around AI and those tools?
Да, очень хороший вопрос. Мы на самом деле
This is a very good question because we generate lots of content with the help of AI. And just a month ago, I realized that when people see AI-generated video, they say, this is AI, and they start huge debates on social media. But I realized that the people no longer write comments under the AI-generated content saying that it's AI. I think that neither music nor video will be divided or categorized by AI-generated content or human-generated content. It'll be just considered as entertainment. It will be just another kind of content that aims to entertain people. And as regards the social media, I don't know if you've seen this already or not, but on TikTok, there is this video called What is Sora 2? It actually completely broke our reality. This is the social media from OpenAI where everyone can generate their videos, and they are very it's hard to differentiate them from reality, and I think that there are more and more technologies emerging under different platforms, and I think that social media platforms, AI, Spotify, and etc. If, for example, the Spotify is against the AI content, and I think that recently they deleted more than 9 million projects there, it still will lead to the emergence of new AI-based platforms or AI-friendly content, and I think that that would mean another huge development of technologies. I'd like to support this comment because people trained social media, and people just give 3 seconds to social media. And when it comes to AI-generated content, we cannot turn our backs to it because people are still looking for ways to make the content creation cheaper. And here AI serves as this instrument to create more and more such opportunities. I think that we've been hearing a lot of discussions about the strengths of the social media content and the impact of such content on our mental condition, mental health. And I believe that still these content AI tools allow us to accelerate different processes. It is inevitable, it's going to happen. But I believe in one and only thing. We as humans always try to get the maximum amount of emotions from the content we watch. And we just give a 3-second chance, because if this video is not entertaining, has no soul, let's say, or it does not draw our attention or capture our attention entirely, then everything else doesn't make any difference, has no meaning to us. That is why AI aggregators are there to stay and grow, and we see that some platforms are trying to fight against AI-generated content, trying to convince people that it's not generated by people, trying to teach people how to differentiate real content from AI-generated content. But again, if I was given such a mechanism when I was 15 or 16 years old, and I could create the worlds the way I see them, and if I could direct everything, I would use such tools and such mechanisms for sure. And I would really wish that other social media users watched my content or saw it at least. As regards the impact, of course, this is a completely different question. And we can have debates on and on about whether or not it affects negatively our mental condition or mental health. I think that, unfortunately, today the content fully took over the music. Content is more important than music. And AI, or let's say promotion of music, takes place on social media. This is the only efficient tool that works. And as our colleagues already said, the artificial intelligence makes the production of content cheaper and more affordable. Therefore, it is really important to understand that people either watch a long content or a short content. And if you want to become a clip maker, you'll probably choose another year to make more clips, because this year is not the best one for that. If previously you could make a clip to promote something and it would cost you $30,000 or $50,000, now you just pay a little to promote something, but you can generate much more reels or stories, and their effect, their impact would be much greater. That's my opinion.
Excited about the opportunities AI provides for new artists, young artists who are trying to break into the music industry. And AI-generated videos are part of that too. Yes, of course, TikTok and Instagram are the great connector. That's how Americans are connected to you here in Kazakhstan, through TikTok and Instagram and places like that. That's where we can see YouTube, obviously. That's where we can see artists from Kazakhstan. But with AI able to even translate lyrics, translate songs made in Kazakhstan into different genres that might even be more appealing in the West, I think this is going to open up lots of opportunities for young artists to start their careers, to break in internationally. That's never been the case. It's always been so hard for artists who don't speak English or sing in English as their native language. It's always been so hard for them to break through to the West, especially Europe and the United States, unless you sang in English. But AI could be that tool that allows people from all languages to promote their music, to distribute their music all around the world like never before. And I'm very excited about that, because there's so much great music made, even right here in Kazakhstan, that the West is not aware of. We're just not hearing it. And AI may be that tool that brings it to the world. And like Imambek, we were discussing Imambek, that tremendous success story you have from an artist who remixed a song, and he won a Grammy, the very first Kazakh artist to win a Grammy. I think it was in 2021. Yes, that's an amazing.
By the way, he nominated for the second time, by the way.
But that's just the beginning. I think AI will be a multiplier effect, and there's going to be many more opportunities for young artists to develop their music internationally.
Yeah, and I totally agree on that one. Kind of like pushing boundaries, pushing the democratization, enabling people to create more and more content. And I just wanted to touch base on one technical aspect of the evolving era of AI. And I do have a question for you, Francis. Do you think we are ready from the infrastructure standpoint to kind of generate more content, to stream, to broadcast this amount of data?
Currently, right, though I'm new in Kazakhstan, I have actually done a check on what is available in terms of AI infrastructure. Yeah. Well, first of all, to have a real-time interaction or real-time AI generation, you need to have 3 pointers. First is your connection, meaning your 5G connections. If you have that for the entire nation, that would be fantastic because you need speed in terms of generating of AI content. Yeah. Second, you need to have the GPU. So you need to have the graphic processing unit. It has to be a very high capacity. Either it is a high capacity or it is actually using edge computing, having multiple of this GPU in the locality. Yeah, so you need to have these two. The third thing is that the infrastructure, the policies are allowing this to happen. Okay, so ultimately, right, I have seen that Kazakhstan is actually, the government is actually doing a lot of things for this to happen, but unfortunately, I believe that it is still partially possible. Currently, there is already a few solution providers that is actually providing full-time, a real-time interaction, meaning they are allowing AI avatar or influencers to be able to be generated in real time. Meaning you can ask them any questions and then they can actually link to the ChatGPT and come back to you, and with lip synchronization as well as movement, as well as if you ask them to dance, they will just simply dance in front of you within 2 milliseconds. So this is considered as real time. So, well, in order for this to happen in Kazakhstan, you need to have a lot of edge computing. Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you, Francis. Yeah, I think we achieved a real great performance with large language models. I think we recently saw the new Meta glasses, so we can enter in the 2D dimension space where you can actually stream 2D data inside of your glasses. I think we also have NPUs inside of our mobile phones, so we can offload some portion of the work into NPUs to help to stream this data. And I think we discussed a lot about how we perceive AI today and how it's been adopted and used in our current production workflows. I think we can wrap up the conversation around how do you perceive AI evolution in the next 5 to 10 years. Let's imagine we in 2030, 2035. What's fascinating you the most about the potential evolution of AI, and how do you think it might evolve in the next 10 years?
I would love to answer this question. The reason why I'm answering is that because I represent this AI TV, which we are actually working to help broadcasters, TV stations, to actually change and revolutionize AI to the masses. So, end of the day, what is going to happen in the next 10 years, or in fact, the more recent next 3 years, is that you are going to have real-time interactive AI on your TV, and you will be able to talk to your TV in future, and you will be able to have an immersive AI, and in fact, AI will be co-creation, meaning you can co-create your drama in the future, and on top of that, you will be having immersive and a VR AI that will allow you to actually create your own drama in real time. I believe this is happening. It is already in prototype. Thank you.
In fact, it is really hard to predict the things 10 or 5 years from now, because I spent more than a year working with Gen AI, and I felt personally Moore's law, because everything accelerates real quickly. And if a year ago a cool technology would come out every 3 months and we had enough time to test it, in the beginning of this summer we saw that a new technology would come out every 2 weeks, and today a new technology comes out every 3 days, which means that next year we'll see the emergence of new technologies on a daily basis. So we can't really say what's going to happen from 5 or 10 years from now. I don't know if we're going to have an immersive movie or not, but probably I can share my thoughts, or just as a piece of advice, I can say that in this story of Gen AI, we will still see the importance of idea. You will probably form one sentence, and on the basis of this sentence, a movie will be generated by AI. But what about the meaning and the purpose of entertainment? That is still something to be done by a human being, in my opinion. And that is why, in order to stay in this race, you shall not chase after technologies, but the development of your creative potential, spirituality, and creativity. You see, everything is changing so drastically. Just yesterday, a song generated by AI ended up in the VK charts. Timbaland has this project that was fully generated by artificial intelligence, and in fact, in the musical world, again, in response to your question about the infrastructure, I think that the world is not ready in terms of ethics and legal aspects. But since everything is changing so and developing so rapidly, I think that in the matter of few years, artificial intelligence will be so trained that it will be much better at creating some musical aspects compared to human being. So I'm wearing a hat of a futurologist, and I think that it will cause the reverse reaction from people. There is also the theory of the dead internet, because 50% of internet users are mostly bots. So the human shall be assessing the creativity. And in that case, AI will not take a leading role. It will stay in the background, and its drastic development as well as its democratization will probably cause the opposite reaction.
As of now, there is already a song in SatCloud that was made fully without percussion. So maybe very soon in the future, the chats would be illogical, music will be impersonalized. So, I mean, our playlist. So think about the future like this. I will speak from the cinema perspective. If we talk about the 5 to 10 years horizon, cinema is getting obsolete, as it's been noted. Of course, there is a concern that the movie can become like a theater or radio, something that is existing somewhere. This is the technology you could use. Go there once in 3 months when there is a big title releasing. And the rest of the time, you will be just in the information flow. And the digital world is being built much faster than the physical one. But if we are purely positive, I remember in the young people and the young minds, I'm sure that there will be a disruption of the typical institutions we are surrounded by. You don't need a cinema school today, or movie maker courses. You don't need serious, expensive equipment to enter the industry. So I am sure we will be seeing more and more headlines about a schoolboy or a young person who used AI to make a breakthrough movie or wrote a breakthrough song or set some record. Time is perfect now to enter the industry and start trying something new. If we talk about some negative consequences, I hope we won't see them.
We will see both positive and some negative consequences in the next 5 to 10 years. In the United States right now, there's an artist totally created by AI called Sanya Monet. The real author is a woman named Tiki Jones, and she simply put her poetry into AI, and it created a new song, and that song went to #1 on the Billboard charts. So right there is proof that people are accepting AI. You know, and people didn't really know that she was an AI artist or that was an AI co-authored song, but people still purchased the streaming. So I think clearly AI is gaining acceptance, and more than 60% of the music industry already uses AI in their production. So it is coming, and I think more worldwide known artists, the Taylor Swifts, the Dua Lipas, and the rest will be the ones that also embrace AI. Right now, they're not so much, but I think at some point that it'll be much more common. I do think, though, the major record labels will be very involved in litigation, trying to defend their copyrights. This happened before during the internet boom about 20 years ago, when all these companies started coming out, streaming and digitalizing music, and the majors were slow to catch up. But when they did, they finally took a lot of companies to court, and they won, and they gained their rights back. And I predict that's what will happen with AI too. Is the major record labels will finally come together and find a way to defend their rights and be able to determine if a song has any of their artists in it, and there'll be a lot of turmoil about that. But I also think there's going to be things we're not even thinking about now. Eventually, I do believe there'll be AI performers. I mean, I saw the ABBA show in London. It's just amazing. They're using holograms. There's plans for a Michael Jackson hologram, an Elvis hologram. A lot of different artists are considering licensing their rights to holograms, and so AI may very well enter into the live music space, and that will be quite shocking, I think. But I do believe that's the future. Again, though, there will be some turmoil leading up to that, basically being led by the rights holders, because they definitely do want to get paid for their work.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree on like the technological aspects. I'm kind of a big fan of like the more pragmatic type of like evolution and things we might benefit from. So my favorite example is like splats or like Gaussian splat technology. Imagine recreating or like reconstructing the soccer game with like multiple different cameras, and you can engage and see this type of content from different angle, from different distance, and like basically be the part of this game. So that's part of technological evolution. Is like fascinate me the more about AI. I think we are pretty much covered all of the aspects around AI, and we think we have only time for one question from the audience.
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
Let me introduce myself. I am Arijit Bhattacharya, founder of India's first game development company back in 1998. We have been using AI for last 25 plus years inside game. What you're talking about, it is already there in the gaming world. And I'm also creator of India's first AI movie, which is 90 minutes plus. Fascinating factor, I'm the only one who created it. No team member, nothing, only GPU, right? So this is a new opportunity for the market. My question to probably all the panelists, my friend is sitting there, of course, Francis. Except Francis, maybe question is for all of you. If you look at next 2 years, it's too early to comment about next 10 years, to be very honest. In next 2 years, where do you feel that generative AI will add value as a companion to the creators? I don't believe that that's a tool, it's basically a companion. So where do you believe in next 2 years, Gen AI will act as a companion to the content creators?
I can start with briefly, and you guys feel free to jump in. I think we kind of like getting close to limiting our capacity around text and 2D and video modalities, and I would expect more adoption and enhancement around 3D content creation, where you basically can get rid of big production tools like Houdini and create 3D models much more efficiently by just like prompting text or like uploading a bunch of 2D pictures or videos, like in order to get some production ready 3D asset and essentially assemble a 3D dimensional piece of content like game or like 3-dimensional movie. I think that's like where it's heading in the next 2 years.
Aizatullah.
years back. So if you know, we are actually a partner of Intel and Microsoft. We are the company who create the jobs in the back end. But this is actually done 7 years back. My question is, what is going to be there in next 2 years for the content creators, AI as a companion for them? 2D to 3D is a old technology. Metaverse is coming from basically Second Life. It used to be Second Life tech once upon a time. Then the entire metaverse took birth. So if I look at now, content creators using Gen AI as a companion, where do you see yourself in next 2 years?
So basically not as a tool, as a company, as a person, as a full creator. Who want to start first?
Мне кажется, это просто приведет к тому, что
I think
one man production can create a 1 billion movie. That's it.
Will you give him a credit?
For sure.
Well, I think, right, 2 years from now, we don't even need a human. You just one click of a button and then the movie is produced. That's possible because currently with an AI agent, as long as you just have a prompt and then it is able to create entire 5 seconds. But now it is getting better and better. So it's not just about what's happening now. It is going to be a co-creator, but it is still the human that make the decision on whether to use this film or whether to use that film. You are allowing the AI to create multiple variations. When you have multiple variations, you are still the human that makes the decision which one should be used for that film. So ultimately, right, the human is still the most important factors.
Thank you so much, Francis, and thank you so much for your question. I'm happy to continue the conversation around 3D. I'm not fully agree, but yeah, thank you so much, guys, for your time, and thank you so much, panels, for a great conversation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. One group photo. Photographers, one group photo. Thank you very much. Dear guests, unfortunately, we're limited in time. That is why we finished with one question, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much for speakers. David Jank, Oljas Baymagambetov, Aysultan Seitov, Francis Teo, Aizatullah Hussein. Thank you very much for perfect panel session of this day. Thank you for closing our day today. Thank you very much. Құрметті Digital Bridge қатысушылары, дәл осы залда 1 минуттан кейін Digital Bridge 2025 жабылу рәсімі жалғасады. Керемет концерт. Именно на этой сцене пройдет закрывающий концерт Digital Bridge 2025. Специальные гости Digital Bridge 2025 Ендлек и Калифорния. Именно здесь специальное шоу для всех участников Digital Bridge 2025. Құрметті қатысушылар, сіздерге арнайы Ендлек пен Калифорния дәл осы сахнада Dear speakers and guests, we are preparing our stage to next guests.
Я не знала, что вы тут
Я бы им сказала, а то они там не знают же мегатон.
Я буду болеть, давайте. Все ваши
Нет,
планы.
да, будем на связи, да.
Я вас тегну.
Нет, а давайте телефон это проверим. Или телеграм.
Вот, а одного иду.
Просто камеру.
Вспомнила, где мы с вами виделись. Вы к нам в офис приходили. Алматы Креатив. Да? Приходили на
Конечно, Шолпан же.
Да,
Шолпан
вы
же
из
пригласила.
университета приходили, я вспомнила.
А, да,
я
UAL.
в ИЗИН работаю.
А, вы в ИЗИН работаете?
Да.
Все. Шолпан же приезжала, была с архитектором.
Ага. Приятно увидеть.
Спасибо вам большое. Да. А, вы в ИЗИН с Айзатулой?
Да. Что-нибудь мне отправьте.
Классно, что вы в Казахстане. Ну, там они очень прогрессивны на рекламе. И вы делаете человека, который сделал алфу, тату, смаш.